All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Pamela. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee. Welcome to our last meeting of our term. The secretary has confirmed that we have quorum, so I will call our meeting number 18 of the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee to order. This meeting, as usual, is being used by the city's WebEx technology with members and staff connecting by video conference or by calling in. Because we are meeting remotely, we ask for your patience with any delays and technical issues. And today we have registered public speakers on two of the agenda items. The public can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I would like to remind all staff and presenters to keep their mic muted with their video turned off unless they need to address the committee. This will make it easier for the co-chairs and those watching along on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on each item. Members, please keep your mic muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item, and please ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, we will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. We will create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they turn on their video and raise their hands to indicate their vote. I want to remind you that although you are participating remotely, you must still submit your motions in writing to the committee secretary. The clerk staff are available by email at AAAC@toronto.ca to help with your motions. To start off the meeting in the right way, we will now have an offering by Selena Young, Director of the Indigenous Affairs Office, to be followed by an opening prayer by Suzanne Brunel.
Bon matin, good morning. Not sure if you can see the smoke today. I have a lot of cedar, some tobacco, as well as sage in my medicine shell. And while we're doing this virtually, hopefully you can see the smoke and you can wash it over you wherever you need it most. And I'll do my best to keep the medicines burning for our time together.
Merci, Selena, for the smudge. Although it's virtual, let's take a bit of time to reflect on the intent of the smudge and go into today's circle with positive energy, positive thoughts, and positive feelings. And that we also join it with calmness in our souls and also with much gratitude and respect. Merci, Miigwech Creator, for all the gifts that you send our way and for all your blessings. Your gifts include challenges, including the challenges that we experience in this circle, and for which we are grateful, because it is through challenges that we learn about ourselves, grow our relationships, and find better solutions. We invite all our ancestors to join this circle, to sit with us and keep us grounded in our shared values. Above all, that of respect. Respect for each other, respect for today's presenters, respect for our communities, respect for all. Help us stay focused so that we can hear from and listen to all who are scheduled to present at today's meeting. Help us stay focused on the overall objective of this circle, the elimination of barriers for Indigenous people, their enhanced participation in public life, and their achievement of social, cultural, economic, and spiritual well-being. We are grateful for this responsibility. We also extend our gratitude to Mother Earth for all that she provides. Merci for these beautiful days, the rainy ones, the sunny ones, the stormy ones, and the renewal of our relationships with each other and our four-legged, winged, crawling, and rooted relations. Merci for the challenges and opportunities we experience along our paths, also for the technology that enables us to gather virtually in support of each other and our communities. Miigwech, merci, thank you for all your blessings.
Miigwech, Suzanne, and Miigwech, Selena. Just a point, we will have a brief interruption in our agenda in the next probably 5-10 minutes. We have a guest who would like to quickly address the committee for about 10 minutes or so. So that will be coming up, just to give you a heads up. So although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee acknowledges the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic to let us know what your declaration of interest is and on which item of the agenda. Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our last committee meeting on May 18th, 2022? Francis, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. So we do have our first item, but I'd like to just check in with the clerks to see if our guest is near. And if not, I'll just let our presenters know that we likely will have to briefly pause your presentation, and we apologize for that in advance.
Co-chair, the guest for this morning is not yet on the call, but we will advise you once he joins the call.
Thank you so much. So the first item is 18.1, Our Plan Toronto, Draft Official Plan, Chapter 1, Directions for Consultation. This was deferred from May 18th. We will begin with the presentation on this item. We will then hear from the registered public speaker before moving it back to the committee. We have taken into consideration the length of our agenda and the day, and so the 5 minutes will be firm on presentations and public speakers. So we have Jeff Cantos, Manager, Official Plan, City Planning, and Jeff, you can go ahead with your presentation.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. My name is Jeff Cantos, the manager of the city's official plan team, and I'm joined with members also of my team. And I will take you really briefly through our progress on our Plan Toronto, the municipal comprehensive review of our official plan. On the next slide, please. Almost a year ago to the day, we were before AAAC, and we were requested by the committee to incorporate the committee's suggestions for amplifying Indigenous voices into our engagement process, which we hope we have and will continue to do so. On the next slide, just a really quick list of the treaty rights holders and organizations that we've outreach to and met with, including many treaty rights holders and advisory councils as well. Next slide, please. The official plan that we're reviewing is a city planning document that acts as Toronto's roadmap for land use matters. It sets out the long-term vision, shared values to direct growth, both economic, environmental protection, and development. Next slide, please. This slide shows our engagement process. Although linear, there was many iterative sections of the program that we've undertaken for the last year. So again, last year we were before you in June 18, and then we met with a number of groups and treaty rights holders, where it was, a program of listening, learning, and sharing. And from there, members of my team, it was again a circular process of reflecting, drafting, and more reflecting. And here we are again today. We were supposed to be at the last meeting, but in June, again, almost a year. And from here, we will continue our engagement with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. In the next slide, I'll talk really briefly about the draft that we are consulting on based on the engagement and the research that we've done to date, that the official plan should recognize the importance and purpose of land acknowledgements, that the official plan should amplify Indigenous voices in planning processes, the official plan should deepen understanding of contemporary urban Indigenous realities and experiences. The official plan should continue to identify opportunities for Indigenous placemaking and placekeeping initiatives in new development. And the official plan should include a sidebar or explanatory text describing the Reconciliation Action Plan. Next slide, please. So really, the first, it's about an acknowledgement for settlers and immigrants and newcomers yet to come that land acknowledgements are not just a statement at a meeting. It is a moment for reflection of who was here in the past and how we can do things differently for the future. And we'd like the official plan to start off by letting the readers know that these are why we do land acknowledgements and why they're important. Next slide, please. In terms of amplifying Indigenous voices in the planning process, this is about ensuring consistency, respectful approaches, and consultation to decision making. And meaningful engagement will help the city create and maintain relationships with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people, and again to help collaborate to restore truth and rights relations and contribute to a just future for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. Next slide, please. In terms of explicitly deepening our understanding of contemporary urban Indigenous realities and experiences, we'd like the official plan to explicitly talk about this, so that it is a document of capacity building and of awareness. One of the findings in the TARP report was that unlike ethnic communities across the city that are institutionally complete, the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities are not. And so hopefully through the official plan, we can help remedy that challenge. Next slide, please. In terms of placemaking and placekeeping, the purpose and intent of this draft statement for the official plan is to, again, raise awareness of that the outcomes of placemaking and placekeeping initiatives are critical for the health and well-being of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. And in doing so, as we move forward, as the city continues to develop, we can integrate and identify additional initiatives. Next slide, please. We'd also like the official plan to have text describing the Reconciliation Action Plan within the official plan, so that again, it is these documents are the official plan document can explain the importance of the 28 actions within the Reconciliation Action Plan. Next slide, please. 2 more slides left. So our official plan, chapter 1, the draft that we are going to continue to engage on, explicitly speaks to Indigenous planning perspectives as at the outset of the official plan. We also are looking at other principles for 2051, including eliminating disparities in Toronto, climate action for net zero to 2040, and for the official plan to be the roadmap for Toronto to be the most inclusive city in the world. And what underpins this are principles of access, equity, and inclusion. Last slide, please. So, like I said, we will continue our engagement into the summer and fall and refine our official plan statements and vision in the Indigenous planning perspectives with a final report in early 2023. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, and thanks for your presentation. So we're going to hear from the registered public speakers, and then we'll bring it back to the committee for questions. We have one registered public speaker. The speaker today is Tiffany Malley. Ms. Malley, are you ready?
Bonjour, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Welcome to the Aboriginal Affairs Committee. You'll have 5 minutes to speak, and when you're getting close to the end of your time, I will let you know. Please go ahead.
Miigwech, Pam. So, hello, Ani Bonjour, everyone. My spirit name is Woman Who Is As Beautiful as the Spire. I am a treaty holder. I am an Indigenous community member, and my voice is really, really important I really want to say thank you to the city again for putting together a wonderful report, a little description of how the city wants to move forward. I think it really goes to show that my recommendations completely align with this report. I have made multiple recommendations for the city to create a community engagement advisory circle. You guys must be getting really tired of hearing that recommendation, although I don't see it being implemented. And what is quite challenging is that although you want to refer to the TARP and you want to refer to the city's engagement, let's be honest here, we're only capturing 2% of the 80,000 people that currently live in the city. If the TARP 2.0 only captures 800 people, how is that speaking for the city of Toronto, excluding the city and how we move forward in a collective way? Now, this self-determination and how we move forward, I've really asserted that a community engagement advisory council circle will work with the TASAC, will work with the IAO, will work with your committee to really ensure that there's more than 800 people that are being asked these questions. There's more than 800 people that are really being captured because we owe it to the 80,000 people, right? We owe it to the community, to the city, to really ask, what is it that your voices are not being heard? What are your needs? What are your wants? And I'm really looking forward to continuing to work with all of you in all different sorts of ways to make sure that we can continue to address the ones that aren't really being heard, the ones that aren't being asked, and especially the ones that aren't coming to these committee meetings because no one's coming except for the city, me and Miguel, and a couple others. And that in itself is quite disheartening. And so as we continue to move forward in a really good way, in a non-laterally violent way, but a laterally kind way, a laterally loving way, let's embrace that in a great way and say, you know what? Tiffany Malley has been asking all of you guys for more than 2 years to create an advisory committee body that would consist of our kukums, our aunties, not just an elders committee, a committee that really encompasses the voice. And I'm really looking forward to getting that call because, to be honest, we're tired of the laterally violent, indirect and unindirect practices that continue to happen, and we have to thrive. All of us have to thrive, not just selected few, like I've said before, thriving for everyone. I have such good spirit. I have good heart. I have good intentions. My intentions for my community has not stopped. Creator has told me to help my people. Do you know how much work I do? I'm not even getting paid. I'm doing it for the love and the heart that I have. All of you are all being paid, and I'm coming here as a volunteer for more than 2 years. People are taking my ideas. I'm not getting any credit, and I'll
1
continue to
minute,
come.
Tiffany.
Thank you very much, Pamela, for the reminder of the 1 minute. And I really, really, really want to honor everyone that's come to the table, everyone who has a voice. So does myself. I'm going to move forward in a good way. I have great things for our community, a community engagement advisory circle. I'd like that to be a talk. Miigwech, I look forward to talking to the next items. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Tiffany. Members, do you have any questions for our public speaker?
I do.
Seeing
I
none.
do.
Oh,
Pam,
sorry, Patty. Sorry.
sorry, put my camera on. I'd just like to ask Tiffany how she could envision that community consultations happening.
Well, thank you, Patty, for asking. Actually, I'm working really hard with my roles here in Parkdale. And we're really trying to collectively ensure that community is being heard. For example, I'm on the Mental Health Crisis Advisory Committee, and we're doing a lot of great things in community, and we're noticing that there's a lot of gaps, and we want to make sure that community is really being heard, specifically whether it be around mental health, addictions, service gaps, or housing, women and children, and the true determinants of health that we're all working and collaboratively working towards. Thank you very much, Patty.
Thank you.
Any other questions for our public speaker? Christine?
1 second, yeah. Miigwech, for coming and for addressing us. Miigwech for coming to the circle and being part of what is here, and for speaking in a good way. Thank you for coming and sharing your voice. What I would like to ask is really about how we can hear the voices that aren't being heard, or the ones that want to speak, and how we can hear them in the way that they're coming through. The voices are coming through. So how can we continue to hear so we go forward as a group and as a people? And the question she asks, or who she brings forward, to acknowledge them fully and completely and give thanks for them, and ask our group, the ones who are sitting here and the ones who aren't, and the ones who are listening, the ancestors and the medicines and the spirits, to hear us, and ask in a good way, can we keep going with the request or the conversation, or what is actually being put it's like the word is coming through, just that's the complete conveyance. That's about it. Yeah, if it could continue somehow. Thanks.
Thank you, Christine. So I just want to pause because our guest has arrived. Mr. Murray, I can't see you.
So, just a sec here. I think is my video on, sorry.
Yes, there you are. I see you now. Welcome.
So thanks very much. So just a few words, and just last Thursday there was obviously an announcement that was made regarding my resignation from the City of Toronto. It's a role that I've had now for 4 years. Prior to that, I was city manager in Hamilton, as everyone knows, or people know, for 10 years. And so the way I've always viewed my job is it's an incredibly important relationship between the mayor and council and the city manager. And it's one that I've always viewed from a term-to-term perspective. And the fundamental question was, if I'm going to commit myself, I'm committing myself for 4 years. And so that was a difficult discussion to have with my family, and to think about my career and where it's going. So I did make the tough decision and it was everything about timing for me. Only to say that I think the next term of council, whoever is elected as mayor and members of council, needs to have someone that will be there for the full 4 years. I think that's really important. So that's why the announcement was timed as it was last week. But I will just say this, and I appreciate being given a minute or two here just to explain why but then more importantly, to talk about the importance of the Reconciliation Action Plan and the commitment of the City of Toronto to that plan. I'm not alone in wanting to do everything that can be done and has to be done and should be done to support the urban Indigenous community. For me, it was, I think I may have mentioned it before to some of you, both professionally and personally. It's work that I was given the privilege of doing in Hamilton, and so I have a deep understanding of the importance of it, and that's why I think in supporting Selena and all of you with the Reconciliation Action Plan, it's more than just professional work. It's something that had, I'd say, a fairly profound effect on my life when I was working in Hamilton. So, you know, it's never about one person. It's about an entire organization, in this case, a community that deserves everything that is in that plan to be realized. And so that's tough. There's certain work that you love and that you know how important to say that, you know, others will be carrying it on other than yourself in this capacity is difficult. But with that, just to say the work that we're going to be doing regarding that plan, and also in particular housing that is so badly needed in this community, and to work with the Indigenous community on advancing not just the building of it, but all the supports that goes with housing is going to be so critical. So I will end there and just simply to say it's been, I look at the faces, I look at Francis, who we have regular chats with, and Larry, who I had the privilege of meeting, and I know others that are here. These are incredibly good people doing important work, and so that's difficult to you know, to change my chapter in life. And I'm not retiring, as I say to people. If you saw my golf game, you'd understand why. I am going to continue to do things. I don't know what that is right now. I'll take some time to figure that out, but it's kind of hard when you're in public service to not continue in some way, shape, or form. But with that, I'll stop and just thank everyone for this opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for taking the time to address the committee and join us. Very quickly, do any members want to comment? Francis?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, Mr. Murray, you've been good support. You've brought a lot of stability, common sense, understanding, and sensitivity to the community and what we're trying to achieve. You've helped us navigate through some pretty rocky rapids, and we've come out the other side. We're not at the bottom of the river where we want to be yet, but we certainly are on a good path. And it's due a large part into the support that you've shown to us and the way you've helped us to maneuver. You are going to be missed. There is going to be a void. I sincerely hope that that is going to be filled by someone who is at least half as supportive as you've been. And I do wish you great length and health and happiness on the golf course, even if it's just to get the fresh air and walk around and kill a few worms. Have a good one.
Larry?
Hi, Chris. Well, you're going to be missed, but thank you so much. It's been a pleasure meeting with you, sitting with you, and even fixing your tie and shirt at one time.
We lost you, Larry.
Sorry?
We lost your audio.
You know? Well, Chris, thank you.
Thank you so much, Larry, and thank you, Francis.
Anyone else? All right, well, I guess on behalf of the committee and and my co-chair, Brian. Mr. Murray, thank you so much for your willingness, your openness. I've only known you a short time. We have had our one-on-ones, which I genuinely appreciated your willingness to get to know me, the agency, the community, the work, and your openness to try and better deeply understand the work that everyone does in the community and its unique placement in the city. So we wish you wellness and beauty and goodness in your path forward.
Thanks, Pamela.
So with that, I'll bring it back. I would like to remind our public speakers, out of respect to our presenters, if we can stay on topic as much as possible, because they do only get 5 minutes, and we want to have it focused on what the agenda item is. With that, are there any more questions for Tiffany before we bring it back to the table? Andrea?
Yeah, Scully, I just want to, it took me forever to get on the line.
Your audio,
and I appreciate your comments. Where are we?
You were getting choppy there.
Can you hear me now?
That's better, yes.
Okay, I just want to acknowledge, it took me a while to get online, but so I did miss a good portion of Tiffany's comments, and so I did hear about the mental health and I heard about the housing, and yes, we do have a partnership with this young lady from Parkdale group, and I just want to acknowledge her. And while we're keeping on track, I don't remember having Chris Murray as part of the agenda, so we need to be cognizant of those comments too as well, and that we acknowledge the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, and we remember that the committee is working for our community, for the betterment of the community, and who actually live here and will not be having the opportunity to move away to find other sources of employment. But I just want to be really mindful of that. So don't go, Tiffany. I appreciate, I'll be sending you the information for our next session. And I just want to say, appreciate the work that you do, the good heart that you bring, and the good words that we're working together to ensure that there is a kinder community, and that we can build on the housing as well as the mental health and well-being, given all of the trauma that's come from the lockdown. That's still very much a need because of the cost. So I just want to make sure I acknowledge her, and for your continued support.
Nora?
Sorry. I also thank you to as well, because that's the reason why I sit on this committee, is for the community in the city of Toronto. The thing I would like to ask, I see that she works in a lot of capacities within the community, and she sees a lot of gaps. And if there's like a subcommittee or something like that she's working with, that could create maybe some form of a template or some agenda of some of the things that they see that we as a committee maybe could sit aside and talk and have a discussion around where we could offer some supports. Because it's just to have you doing all this work and all of this and sitting here, it's very impactful, but at the same time, we need to know exactly where you see gaps and where the community starts to see these gaps, and what kind of things that we could help in terms of our capacity. So I really hear you. I appreciate your words. And at the same time, that's the reason why I sit at this table, is for the betterment of our community. And I appreciate it. But like I said, if there's something you can somewhat structure in terms of that, it might help us, guide us along a path. Chimikwech.
Okay, do we have any speakers to the item? Any questions for the presenter? Angus?
Thank you. To the presenter, I wonder if you could give us a 30-second or 45-second condensed explanation of what the official plan is. I have a reason for my question. I think it would be helpful to have that information.
Sure, and thank you for the question. Really briefly, the official plan is a document that the province requires municipalities to have, and the requirement is to have a long-term vision document that provides that provides basically the roadmap for land use use decisions, where we're going to grow, where we're not going to grow, economy-based policies, and a number of other matters that the province requires municipalities to have. So it's a council adopted document that then goes up for ministerial approval. And it sets out a planning horizon of about 30 years. And so we are reviewing the current official plan. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you for that. So just thinking about where you're at in the consultation with the Indigenous community and how those ideas that you get are fed in or reflected in the official plan. Thinking about what you've set out for us, can you point to something specific that talks about land use planning as it relates to the Indigenous community reflected in the presentation today? I ask because my sense of what I see today is, and I mean no disrespect for this at all, I may be totally off base, but I see it as being surface. I don't actually see much that speaks to land use and the Indigenous community. I mean, I see the official plan should acknowledge the importance and purpose of land acknowledgements, but that doesn't really speak to land use. I mean, it's a good thing, but it doesn't speak to land use. Seek to amplify Indigenous voices in planning processes. Again, that's a process thing. Deepen understanding. Okay, that's process. Continue to identify. Okay, there's something there. Include a new sidebar or explanatory text describing the RAP. Okay, doesn't really speak to planning, land use. So I'm trying to get my head wrapped around, how the official plan, because this whole consultation is related to the new official plan, how the official plan will speak to the needs of the Indigenous community as it relates to land use planning. Because I don't see a lot of that. I don't really see any of that in what we've been presented with today.
Thank you for the question, and through the chairs. So in terms, the land use planning process is a process in and of itself. So in terms of early engagement, frequent engagement, and respectful engagement, that's one big part of the land use planning process that we would like reflected in the official plan. Another concrete way is about identifying placemaking and placekeeping initiatives in new development. And as this, as we get more awareness of what this means and how it can be achieved, for example, the community center and library that was named Wastana up in North York for the Huron-Wendat name. If there's more initiatives like that across the city, then in the planning horizon, there can be a greater awareness through land use planning decisions. Thank you.
So just a quick follow-up to that. Right, I understand the awareness piece, and maybe this goes to my lack of depth of understanding of the official plan. But I thought, for instance, the official plan might talk about, I don't know, employment zones, so things like employment zones, right? Areas, the purpose of land use and how land could best be developed to grow the city. And so, and whatever we have in the new official plan would speak to those things, right? And so what I hope is that the new official plan will reflect not only respect and the need for consultation. My hope is that the new official plan will actually reflect, from a land use perspective, the needs of the Indigenous community. Do you see the distinction? Okay, so that's all I have to say about it, because I don't see that here, and I think that if we end up with a new official plan which has a veneer an important veneer, but a veneer nevertheless that relates to consultation and respect, but doesn't actually address in a concrete fashion the needs of the Indigenous community with respect to land use planning, then that will be a missed opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. Nora?
Yeah, hi. I'm the same mind as the previous speaker in regards to like capturing information of like mapping a population need. Indigenous, there's housing crises, right? And so is this plan going to capture the land that potentially may be utilized for housing for Indigenous focus? The other thing is like for lands for ceremony, would there be a designated areas for ceremonial lands, as well as lands for like something so simple as gardening? Because a lot of Indigenous people have asked for certain things like those perimeters. Like I know the primary focus would be housing, but how are you capturing data? How are you gathering all that information? Because we do have a high population within the GTA that are low income and searching for housing. I know that there's a lot of this, but if this is a part of the plan moving forward and we're moving into something more meaty as opposed to like there's a goal and objective, how are we getting there? What are we taking? What steps of the population are we looking at? What are we saying that's needed, and how are we going to do that on those lands? And where are these lands going to be located? That's all I want like to know, if possible.
Thank you for the question, and through the chairs. Yeah, at the moment, it's still a draft, and it's the aspirational component of the official plan, like chapter 1, what you read first, and the questions you're posing about how we get there is what we're going to continue to engage upon and make sure that there are monitoring monitoring so that we can find those indicators for all those things for jobs, where jobs are needed and where they're needed and for whom they're needed, and as well as housing. And I do take your point about the gardening and those other priorities that we will engage upon in the coming months. Thank you.
Patty, then Steve, then Francis.
So I recognize this is just a draft form, but I'd like to get ahead of it before it gets signed, sealed, and delivered. I think some of the comments here are really important. My concern, as always, and it always has been, and it always will be, is land return. I would like to see something where the city is going to return lands that have been taken to the Indigenous community here. I don't know, I don't think I've saw anything in this document, but I think that that's absolutely paramount, that the land, portions of the land that are available in the GTA be returned.
Thank you for the comment. Yes, you're correct. There's not the draft that's not fully baked yet does not include land returns at the moment.
Steve?
Okay, thank you. Jeff, thank you for your presentation today. I know often, particularly at this table, we always get consulted with folks that want to talk about land use or land stewardship. But it seems like whenever we talk about returning land and ownership, that's when the talking stops. And NAMI-RES, we're a small housing provider compared to some of the other housing providers in this meeting, but we've engaged in opportunities where through our housing developments, we've leased land from the city for up to 50 years. It wasn't necessarily something negotiable. It was just the way it was. I worry about at the end of that 50-year lease, what's going to happen to our residents? Are they going to be homeless? I know I'll be long gone by then, but still, I worry about the future for our community. I think that the best way for Indigenous housing providers to continue and to have long-term tenure is to actually own the land. So, I'm concerned about this. I know the Housing Secretariat, they've been, decent partners, I guess. But when it comes to these opportunities to lease the land, it was not like Indigenous community was ever consulted. It was something that decisions within the bureaucracy had made. So, I think as Indigenous housing providers, we've been very consistent in stating that we want to own the land, that, we can use that land to generate, I guess, equity, so that we can use that equity to, again, leverage other properties. But when you're leasing that land, you never have that opportunity because it's not ours. So, yeah, this notion of land back, it's very real. We want to see it happen. It's lovely you do land acknowledgements, but that doesn't get us our land back. So we want to see it come back and be used for practical purposes. Here in Toronto, we have a bit of a crisis with Indigenous people being overrepresented among the homeless population. And, we really want to actively curb that. So having opportunities to own the land is part of that fix. It's a real shame that Indigenous people are homeless within lands that our people have stewarded for such a long time. So yeah, I'd like to reiterate that we want to own the land.
Thank you, Steve. Jeff, would you like to comment?
I hear you loud and clear. Thank you for the comments.
Francis?
Yeah, Jeff, thanks very much for bringing this to us a month after the fact. That's all right. Better we should hear it at all, and that's great. But like Patty said, returning the land. Steve emphasized that, returning the land for housing. And Nora also about gardening and Indigenous space and ceremonial traditional land. It was always ours to begin with. Give it back. But you talk about in your item number 2, consulting with the community early in the process. Well, you already have a draft form already out there, and we're telling you now that what we're asking for is not there. When will the Indigenous perspective be included in a more concrete way in the official plan? At what point do we get an opportunity to sit down with you and say, this is what we want? What we've got in front of it is what you think we want, which is what consulting with the community has always been. It's time that you sort of sat down and listened to what we want and how you can incorporate what we want into your official plan. Will there be a time? And then finally, when will we see a copy of the final draft of the official plan? Are you going to be making that available to us before, like Patty says, before it's signed, sealed, and delivered?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the questions, Francis, and through the chairs. So what I presented to you today is the draft ideas to get reaction so that we can reflect some more and redraft and then meet. And there's no rush on this. What we'd like to do is continue to engage over the summer and the fall so that we can bring something to City Council early in 2023. So there will be moments that we can sit and meet, and moments where we can bring back the draft prior to City Council. And I see you have a follow-up, Francis.
I just want to follow up, Jeff. There is a rush. The longer you take, the longer it is before we can start to build houses, before we can start to put down roots, before we can start to build a garden, before we can start to have ceremonial traditional places. And so the longer you wait, the more ground is used up by developers and big business. And again, we get pushed out of the areas where our people are, where we want to be. So there is kind of a rush. So the faster you can move your fingers on the keyboard, the better for us.
Thank you for that. I'll have my team set up meetings as soon as possible to sit down with you with our draft ideas.
Angus, and then Andrea.
Me, Pam.
Thank you. Jeff, a quick question. I see that you've listed a number of organizations that evidently consultations have occurred with. I'm struck by one of them, which is the Aboriginal Housing Support Center, which is a sort of adjunct to Wigwaman. And I was wondering if you could speak to when that consultation with the Aboriginal Housing Support Center was done, and what the nature of the consultation was. I ask because I don't recall any contact with the Aboriginal Housing Support Center, and I would have thought that they would have referred whoever was consulting with them to Wigwaman directly. So what's the nature of the consultation with the Aboriginal Housing Support Center?
I didn't catch the full question, but what I believe is how we specifically engaged with the center. I can email you back. Our consultants that we have did the outreach, and there was different forms of engagement that we had, whether it be a survey, phone calls, emails, or virtual meetings. But the specifics for that specific group, I think I'll have to email you back on that one, Angus.
That'd be great. If you could do that, thank you very much.
Yep.
Andrea?
Yonko, I didn't hear the presentation, but I believe what we're speaking about is prior to the city manager's departure, the comments that he made about the Toronto's Reconciliation Action Plan. And so what's really critical here is that this motion was passed almost unanimously by this particular committee. And we were told it's a living document that continues to always be enhanced. And I believe what we need to do is not ask the questions, but to take that very living, ongoing document and to ensure that it incorporates all of the reconciliation that the city is looking to do. And if it means designating lands back, it means, our space, our areas so, I mean, it's all there. They offered it. They've talked to somebody for 3 years. So I think we need to go back to that reconciliation action plan and enhance it where we see there's a deficit. Yeah. And I suggest, Jeff, that you take a chance to take a peek at that too as well and read it and to see how we're going to enhance it to make sure that all these comments are in place. Yonko, Pamela.
Thank you. Patty and then Christine.
Thanks so much for your presentation, Jeff. I do have a suggestion for your draft. And this comes from speaking with the community, in particular, Tiffany, who's here today. I know that our friend Mike Layton is planning to put something through or is thinking about having people do a voluntary payment on their taxes for Indigenous organizations. What I would like to suggest, just how, it used to be when you did your taxes up years ago that you had a choice whether you wanted to support the public school system or the Catholic school board system. And then they amalgamated that. And so you just pay your taxes or whatever, and portions go to the Catholic school board. And my suggestion is not that it be a voluntary whatever, that people do it voluntarily. My suggestion is that the city of Toronto and even the province and even the country for that matter take a certain portion of the taxes that they receive and return it to Indigenous organizations and peoples. I don't see why, if you think about it, if even $5 to $10 of what people pay on their taxes goes to Indigenous organizations, that would certainly help us a lot. And not only that, while we look at the issue of it being done voluntarily, with the cost of housing in Toronto, people are not going to want to pay 1 more cent. They're not going to want to pay 1 more cent on their taxes. And when we think of the systemic racism that prevails I'm not all that hopeful about a voluntary payment over and above what I normally pay on my taxes. So I think that it shouldn't be necessarily be voluntary. I think it should be implemented, that the City of Toronto take a portion of the taxes that are paid and allocate it to Indigenous peoples and organizations. And I've had this conversation at length, I want to say, with Tiffany, who comes every meeting with suggestions. And so before we finish that draft, I just want an entry. Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. And I hope that you'll reiterate some of those important thoughts when we get to item 6. And Councillor Layton, I see your thumb. And Christine, I haven't forgotten about you.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Yeah, I guess in terms of the dialogue, I guess what I wanted to express was sort of about the land acknowledgement sort of point in the PowerPoint. So I guess I just wanted to convey to the presenter that sort of the nature of land acknowledgements are sort of in our historic, relationship of sovereignty, but it's sort of like the way we go forward or walk together into the future still it still is about fulfilling reconciliation, and in the context of sort of the nation to nation relationship, if we place it into a context of sort of the spirit and intent of a land acknowledgement, it might help frame sort of the concept of sort of the plans, what's contained in the draft official plan. So sort of like maybe in the spirit and intent of the land acknowledgement, like it says, like, they're not just sort of empty statements, which is true. They're very, very serious, significant statements. So, maybe like embedding sort of the permanent and enduring nature of the relationship, because it's actually enduring. It was an actual enduring relationship that never, ever, ever expires. So it's sort of like in the context of those intentions, it might be easier to conceptualize sort of like all the rest of the comments that are coming from the committee. That's all I wanted to say. Just the intent about, like, it says basically like we should reflect on them more seriously, which is okay, but like to really ground in
I understand.
the function. Yeah, that's all I want to say.
I got it. Thank you for
Yeah.
those thoughts. It's lots to work with. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to share it. Yeah.
Thank you, Christine. Councillor Layton, did you want to comment?
Yes, thank you very much. And this is simply to Patty's point earlier. It does speak to a motion a little bit further down the agenda, but Selena can attest. I have in fact mentioned that I think a dedicated reconciliation action fund is the way to go. That increases on an annual basis. That is not an optional tax that's paid. Oh, really? Oh, I'm gonna try to go off video just for a second. Can you hear me now? You can't hear me now, can you?
Much better, thank you.
You can.
We can.
Okay. I would just very quickly. That's something I firmly believe in. Patty, I'm going to email you right now. Maybe we can reinforce that. I think we did under the Reconciliation Action Plan ask for funding tools going forward, and I'll consult that. But I think reiterating that at this point in time, that it would make a lot of sense to put a dedicated fund aside that is not an optional request being made for charitable reasons, but that is a mandate of government. I think that's bang on. The reason why I brought the motion forward that I did was it was actually brought to me as something, and I said, well, I'm not bringing anything like that forward until it goes to this committee, and so that's why I wrote it into the motion for for advice of the committee about what to do with it.
Miigwech, Councillor Layton.
Great, thank you, everyone. Are there any more comments, questions, speakers on this item? Okay, seeing none. Jeff, I think you have a lot of info to work from, and I thank you again for your time and your presentation. So do I have a motion to receive this item? Steve, thank you. All in favor, please raise your hand. Fantastic. Any opposed? Thank you very much. The motion carries.
Thanks, Pam. Udlakut, good morning. The next item is item AA 18.2, next phase of waterfront revitalization, and this again was deferred from the May 18th, 2022 meeting. Michael Noble, Project Manager, Waterfront Secretariat, City Planning, will give a presentation to the committee. When you're ready, Mr. Noble, go ahead.
Sure, thank you very much. I'll just bring up my presentation. So I'm Mike Noble. I'm a project manager with the Waterfront Secretariat. I'm also going to be sharing this presentation with Andrea L.K. Johnston, who's our Indigenous Engagement Consultant. And I'm also joined today by David Stonehouse and Kayla Gray from the Secretariat, and by Kristen Lillyman from Dillon Consulting who's also working with us on this project. So what is waterfront? Oh, and I also want to acknowledge that many of the people on this call, we've had discussions about the project in other contexts, including about many of the topics that have just been discussed with Jeff Cantos, and just want to acknowledge that those are all things that we've heard and are working on as well. So what is waterfront revitalization for those that haven't been part of the discussion so far? Over the last 20 years, we've really been working initially on kind of creating a vision for Toronto's waterfront, figuring out the policies to build that vision, and then actually making it happen on the ground. And this is sort of started in the late 20th century context, where we kind of looked at the waterfront and people saw it as an area of sort of abandoned land that needed a new comprehensive vision that brought in all three governments. And so back in 2000, we did create that guiding vision for really a model for a place to live, play, and work. And the three governments got together, created Waterfront Toronto, and really over the last 20 years, we have been building that vision on the waterfront. One of the key guiding documents is the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan that has 4 principles you can see here. And you can see, for example, places like Queens Quay, where we're removing barriers and making connection, places like Sugar Beach, where we're building a network of parks and public spaces, places like Corktown Common, where we've done flood protection, and also places where we've had environmentally sustainable buildings, and also dynamic and diverse new communities. This one here is the East Bayfront. But now we're and this has been very successful in terms of leveraging government funding for things like affordable housing, private investment, parks and trails all across the waterfront. I'm happy to get into any of the details on this in the questions if there's interest. But really want to focus on kind of the renewed vision, because Toronto today and the priorities today are different than they were 20 years ago. And what we're focusing on as we look to the next phase of work are these 4 priorities, and truth, justice, reconciliation, including Indigenous engagement is one of those 4. And really these are all 4 intersected. So things like strategic economic development, equity, inclusion, and access, including through housing, as we were just discussing, and climate resilience. Those are all things that, of course, are integrated parts of reconciliation, and that we think that a lot of projects can advance, in some cases, all 4 of these priorities together. And we're looking at them across the entire waterfront. Some priorities will continue to have to be best served in what's the traditional, the last 20 years, the area of revitalization, the designated waterfront area in the central waterfront. But there's also opportunities further east and further west in Etobicoke and Scarborough. And we've been looking, working with the IAO and looking at the Reconciliation Action Plan and trying to identify within some of the themes and actions there, which are ones that we think we can advance on the waterfront, and we think there are, in fact, quite a lot. Some
Mr. Noble, we've lost your audio. Stop.
Oh, can you hear me okay? I think I lost. Can you hear me?
Michael, this is the host. We can hear you now, but yeah, Member Winters was correct. We lost you for a second there.
Okay, apologies. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I saw that I got disconnected suddenly. Okay, so I'm not sure where you got me, but basically some examples of projects already underway or planned on the waterfront. So of course, the Anishinaabe Health Center and Misewi Training Institute are under construction now. The Mississaugas of the Credit, for example, have been working with Waterfront Toronto and Portland flood protection monitoring. And then there's planning processes underway in terms of rental housing, the Toronto Island Master Plan, etc. So those are things we want to build on. And now I'm going to pass the mic to Andrea to talk about our engagement process.
Good day, everyone. Thank you, Mike. Okay, so are you advancing the slides? Okay, thank you. Okay, so I've been really glad to work with the Indigenous community thus far. I've lived in Toronto and been raised in the Toronto Indigenous community, worked here all my life, basically. And really glad to be on this project, working with my fellow community members. We started this process in earlier this year with some public meetings. We want to be having some engagement conversations in September with the Indigenous community. We've spoken to a number of Indigenous community organization members in terms of executive directors and other committees in terms of TASC and TCAB, and have heard a lot of concerns. So we've also met recently with the Huron-Wendat First Nation, and David has been also the working with Mississaugas of the Credit, and also trying to meet with Six Nations of the Grand River. Some of the organizations that we've talked to are listed on the side here, and we are continuing to contact a number of organizations moving forward. We developed some questions. This is the outline of the questions that we're asking community members to speak to at this point. We hope to gather information in this sort of first phase of conversations to understand a process for moving forward. So these questions are really centered on getting an understanding on how do you want us to work with the Indigenous community on this topic of waterfront revitalization, and then also asking what would we do to measure our success in this area? What do you want to hold us accountable to in terms of moving forward, and how will we know that we're doing a good job? So these questions really center on those types of topics and what they want to see as priorities for moving forward with the waterfront revitalization. In terms of the pre-engagement, we understand there's a lot of concerns around Indigenous-owned affordable housing. And as Michael was saying, we did hear the concerns about having land back. And for myself and other community members that we spoke to, you know, it's as simple as you said, like it's as simple as having a place for ceremony at the waterfront. I know I've personally went there a lot of times growing up, putting tobacco down at the water, but not really seeing a place for Indigenous people at the waterfront. So that's something that we really want to have recognized. We're looking at being accountable in terms of getting back on what are measurable goals for this engagement process. How will we monitor in terms of getting back to the Indigenous community, and what will be the impacts and benefits, and recognizing what the barriers are in the work that we're doing. We want to be ensuring that, yeah, go ahead. We want to ensure that the input and learnings from the next phase of Indigenous engagement process will inform longer-term Indigenous engagement that is a better coordinated process across the waterfront. There's a number of different city divisions, agencies, and partners that we need to be working with. So it's a very complex process, but we definitely want to be looking, where do we bring the Indigenous community input and voice directly into all of those processes? So we see it as a feedback loop, always ensuring that we get back to the Indigenous community and hope that their voice would be shared with us in terms of their concerns. Michael, did you want to speak to this one here?
Sure. So just also one thing that we've heard is the importance of not coming back to people again and again with the same question. So we're working with our other divisions within the city and with other partners like Waterfront Toronto and the TRCA, both to kind of learn from each other and also where we can to try and kind of get many information from many different projects kind of within the same kind of engagement processes. And and learn also from our colleagues' processes. So some questions for consideration is basically looking for your advice on advancing the reconciliation plan through the next phase of revitalization, engaging First Nation, Inuit, Métis communities, and of course anything else. So that's all for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noble. Members, do you have any questions of staff on this item? If so, please raise your hand or unmute your mic to let me know. Patty, was that you?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, go ahead when you're ready.
So I might be jumping the gun a little here, and you can tell me if I am, but one of the things I want to know is what is the size? So there's 3 questions in here. What's the size of the project development area? And if you know that, do you know what percentage of the land has been found to be contaminated? And what will you be doing to mitigate the contamination? Because there's land down there that's contaminated, especially where there was industry. And so maybe I'm ahead of myself here, but those are questions that I would like to know something about.
Sure. So the project overall is sort of all across the waterfront, but the next phase that we are looking at is within the Portlands, and specifically Villiers Island, which is sort of the first neighborhood. So right now we're doing a flood protection project in the Portlands, and I can bring up a map to show you what that refers to if you want. And then within that, there's a substantial area called Villiers Island. So there is definitely contamination on that land, but part of waterfront revitalization has been and continues to be remediating that land as part of the process. So the neighborhoods that I was showing earlier that have been like the East Bayfront and West Donlands that have been built over the last generation, remediation of that contamination has been part of that process and will continue to be. So there will be yes, that's built into the planning that we do. In terms of the specific amount, size of the land, I'd have to, maybe one of my colleagues on the Secretariat has that number at their fingertips. I don't at the moment, but we are working over time to sort of more clearly define, for example, when it comes to housing, the number of units that will be available. Of that total, how many can be dedicated to affordable housing, and within that, how much of that can be focused on Indigenous affordable housing, consistent with that 5,500 unit target that the city announced at the end of last year.
Mr. Teakins, Steve, go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. It's nice to see you again. I know it's our 3rd consultation with you guys.
Yeah.
You both came to task in TCAB. Can we expect any more consultations on the same things? And I know in the past we talked about, we want to own the land. So third time telling you want to own the land for the Indigenous affordable housing opportunities. Is there an actual opportunity to own it? I know with the Anishinaabe Health and Mizwe Beak properties they have, it's been 10 years in the works, and they also don't own the land. It's a long-term lease. So crying out loud, is there any opportunities to own the land? And what's the barrier? If there is a barrier, how do we get around that barrier to make sure that we can own the land? There's got to be a way. What sort of policy levers can we use to make sure that Indigenous organizations can own the land?
Yeah, and thanks, Stephen. We've definitely heard that loud and clear from you and from others. And we've been having, and as you know, you've all that this housing secretariat and others have also received that message as well. And so it is something that we're talking about and analyzing, and it's a goal that we share. And so it's something that we're working on very actively in terms of trying to figure out the right way to do that. And we're as Andrea noted, as part of our process, we're having introductory kind of like early engagement with a number of different organizations. As it turns out, many of the people who are here today are on multiple of those. So in a sense, to some extent, it might be a bit frustrating to hear some of the same messages multiple times for yourself and some other individuals. But because we are kind of in the first round, but that message is we've heard you loud and clear on that, and that is something that we're working on, and I very much understand that is a high priority and something that we are aiming to achieve.
Larry, when you're ready.
Yeah, so just a question, is there a budget set for First Nations meeting for this project already, or is that just set as you go along? Thank you.
In terms of engagement or in terms of
the whole project for what we're going to do for First Nations meeting anyway, is there a set project budget rather, sorry?
There is not at the moment a set budget for that actually, or for a number of the other projects. We have within Port, there's one thing in terms of looking at the kind of broad scope of waterfront revitalization, there's really been two big investments. There was initially 20 years ago, 500 million put forth by the three governments, so 1.5 billion total. 500 province, 500 federal, and 500 from the city. And then back in 2016, there was another 1.2 billion put in, again divided by 3, 444, for Portland's flood protection, and that Villiers Island that I mentioned earlier. Some of that work is a subset of Portland's flood protection. Now what we're doing through this next phase of revitalization work is trying to develop what that next phase of projects are that we will be going both internally and to the other governments for funding. And so as part of that work, and we're kind of in the early stage of defining the priorities and the approaches. So as part of that work, there will be specific projects identified, or specific groups of projects and specific funding attached to them. So that will be coming, and we will be working with the different all of the different communities on developing those plans. So that that will be coming, but we're not there yet.
Thank you, Mark.
Are there any more questions of staff members? Yep, Cynthia, when you're ready.
Nakashep, everyone. Good morning. I've been hearing through conversation here that we're talking a lot about land ownership, and I don't think it's specifically to the presenters. Maybe this question is specifically to Mr. Layton on maybe putting a motion together on creating a process of what a process would look like if we start looking at land ownership. So it'd be a specific research process for for our community in regards to land ownership, as opposed to asking these specific projects that are happening now with getting consultation from Indigenous communities, and to maybe just start considering some research in the process of land ownership when projects like this come forward. Miigwech.
Go ahead, Pam.
I had to step away for a minute, so I'm sorry if this sort of misses the mark a little bit, but I feel as though there was some time ago where the waterfront was brought up with the community. And there was a lot of talk around the significance of the area, the land, the water, and what this means for Indigenous women and for their children and families. And so I just wanted to highlight that to ensure that that's threaded sort of as we move forward. And then how do we collectively find that balance with the men of our community as well and create that safe space? Because as mentioned, folks do go down there right now on their own accord, but how do we create it so it's safe and accessible? And realistic for the diversity of our families who maybe, can't afford transportation to get to the water. And what does that look like on a day when they need ceremony by the water? I also just want to highlight some points kind of already touched on, but I think, with the Reconciliation Action Plan, it's really significant. Like this tool was created, and whether contentious or not, it's been unanimously approved. And so this mechanism cannot just be something that's on table, but it has to be referenced in everything that's community now. Every effort, every consultation has to be rooted in reconciliation, and all of those points that community has requested be addressed. And so I think we've said land back and ownership about 17 times in this meeting thus far. So before we even get to the consultation process, if we're talking about a plot of land, how are we already reconciling and giving land back and offering up ownership before we're even consulting the community to exhaust their wisdom, to exhaust their opinions, for them just to repeat the same things? And this is not targeted to our presenters on this particular item, but I think we're starting to see a trend now where the consultation checkbox is slowly becoming a checkbox. And with the Reconciliation Action Plan, its purpose is meant to create all of this consultation to be something much more purposeful. And we haven't found that balance yet. And I think that it becomes frustrating pretty quickly. And so to all of the presenters here and moving forward, that plan is there now, and you have to use it as a guiding tool, and all of the consultations have to hit that mark, and it should be embedded in the work that's going moving forward. Thank you.
If you'd like to respond to that, Mr. Noble, you're welcome to.
Yeah, I understand that, and I agree. And we have, as I mentioned in the presentation, we have read that the Reconciliation Action Plan very carefully, and also consulted with the IO, and we have specifically identified particular actions identified there as things to be embedded in our work going forward, and we'll continue to do so.
And Christine Luza, I saw that you had your hand up if you have a question of the presenters.
Yes, I do actually. It was a comment in relationship to the waterfront and its relationship to Indigenous peoples. So basically what I wanted to express was about re-embedding relationships and re-embedding within, because he used the word remediating, like there's a sense of like toxicness or contamination on that land, and then the word was remediate. So like to remediate our severed relationships to land, or what was severed, it is also a type of remediating. So there's a type of cultural remediation, that can also be embedded, obviously, when we reconnect to the waterfront. So like that's a cultural process, but it's like re-embedding, and it's a type of remediating it. And so when Pam was talking about like what Pam heard about people on the land and how women and children want to re-embed, it's like it's healing, but it's actually remediating. It is a type of remediating. So if we're talking about remediating, we have many remediating processes that are culturally inherent, but yeah, it was sort of to relate to Pam's comment about how people want to remediate on the land at the water and restore the relationship. That's about it.
Thank you, Christine. Did you want to respond to that, Michael?
No, I think those are good points, and we have heard those points as well in some of our other engagement processes. So I appreciate those messages.
And Councillor Layton, I don't know if you had put your hand up intending to speak.
I did. If I could, I'm gonna take my screen off just so that we know that's a problem now. So hopefully this is working. To a comment that was made earlier, I believed the committee had made that statement around land back some time ago. Never hurts to say it again. I think a motion coming from this committee, specifically, I don't know who wants to make it. I'm happy to put some language together and shoot it over. But it's mission statement number 1 in the Reconciliation Action Plan. It's A, returning land to Indigenous governments, communities, collectives, and organizations. Like, period. The city will dedicate time, space, and money for that goal. It actually says it. It's on page, I don't know what the page is, but it's real early. It's the number, like it's the first part of the mission. I think reminding our agencies and boards perhaps is a good approach to say we expect this to be part of your mandate, as it is the first mission. Like, it's actually listed as A for the Reconciliation Action Plan. Maybe that's just a statement we can make. I would say not only to Waterfront Toronto, but to Create TO, because they are sort of the stewards of all of our lands as a corporation of the City of Toronto. Not that they're stewards of lands in the wider purpose and meaning of the word. But I think if we made that statement to say, like, we expect that this to be part of the discussion. Now, I know that, like, I've been in conversations with the city manager and Selena about it, and some of you, in fact, about a site down off Queen Street, about a site on Spadina, that the full intent was to say we settled on a case in front of the land planning appeal tribe, whatever the name of the old OMB is now, for $8 million worth of space in a new development that we will in fact own, and that the intent is to hand it off to Indigenous organizations for their purposes. And this was work thanks to many people in this committee, and maybe you all who participated in some of those meetings. But I think that the sentiment is there. We just need to highlight it. I think this is a good opportunity for us to do that.
Councillor Layton, thank you so much for that. I will mention that your connectivity is way off.
Someone wants to make that motion. I'm happy to spend a couple minutes.
It's like we're hearing from Mike
Sorry.
Layton in the past.
Drafting some language
Yeah,
and sending it to the
this
clerk.
is the host, Member Winters. That's pretty much exactly what is happening, as his audio is trying to catch up with the present as it's buffering. To Councillor Layton, if I may make the suggestion of connecting to
I'm
this
really sorry. I'm
meeting
going to try to resolve
by calling
that.
into the meeting. You could also try disconnecting and rejoining the meeting, which may help solve this issue. But if it doesn't, then calling into the meeting would be your best solution. Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully we're able to get more of what it is you're trying to express the next time that you chime in, Councillor Layton. Are there any further speakers to this item? Please raise your hand to let me know if there are. Okay, hearing no further speakers, do I have a motion to receive the item?
Ryan?
I see
Ryan?
Larry Frost. Yeah.
Ryan, I think the whole point of what Councillor Layton was trying to say is that we should move a motion to express the point and desire to own land, to own it, right? that's what he was talking about. So I'm hoping there's an ability to pass such a motion today. So yeah.
Thanks for that, Steve. Francis?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what Councillor Layton was saying, is that there should be a motion put forward that one of us could, he would write it, he would compose it so that we can put it forward, that almost the first in every single plan that comes down, that the first point of each, whether it be the waterfront revitalization, whether it be our plan Toronto, whatever it is, the first point should be that Indigenous people own land, that the land is given back, it's carved off, whatever project, whatever thing they're doing, whatever plan they have, that so that it would coordinate, it would be part of the reconciliation action plan, would play out in every single thing that the city is doing. And so I think Councillor Layton had requested that if somebody would move it, he would draft it. I'm asking him to draft it.
I've sent Councillor Layton an email just to confirm that that's what he said he would do in the little audio that we did catch. And he hopefully will then, awesome. Thumbs up from Councillor Layton. A motion will be drafted, and once we have that ready, we'll throw it up on the screen for voting.
You were beginning to sound a little bit like a Godzilla movie, Mike.
All right, while that motion is being drafted by Councillor Layton, I would recommend for the time being that we move on to the next item. Does that sound good, Co-Chair?
Thank you, and thank you to our presenters, Michael and Andrea.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, our next item, 18.3, the Toronto bid for FIFA World Cup 2026, deferred from our May 18th meeting. Patrick Tobin, Director of Arts and Culture Services, Economic Development and Culture, and Dan Sermon, Project Manager, FIFA 2026 World Cup bid, will give us a presentation. Please go ahead when you are ready.
Thank you very much, Pamela, and hello to the committee. Hello, Councillor Layton. As Pamela noted, my name is Pat Tobin. I'm the Director of Arts and Culture for the city. I'm joined today by Dan Sermon, who is the project manager on Toronto's bid to be part of hosting the FIFA Men's World Cup in 2026. Our intent today is to update you on the progress of Toronto's bid, and this follows some engagement that we've had most recently with some of you via the task table. Before we proceed, I want to acknowledge also the support and advice that we're benefiting from Larry Frost, who is an advisor to us on the project. Today, we seek your advice and guidance on Indigenous consultation and legacies from this project, should Toronto be named as one of 16 host cities, with that decision forthcoming later this week. Next slide, please, Dan. So in the interest of time, and as this project has been in the media a bit, I'll just go over the highlights. The FIFA World Cup is second in size to the Summer Olympics, held every 4 years. Toronto has been bidding since first directed to do so by council in 2018. Again, decision expected this Thursday in an announcement of who the 16 host cities across North America, this being a joint bid of Canada, the US, and Mexico. And we think that Toronto is really well positioned. And we further think that the World Cup will be able to bring a lot of economic, cultural, and community benefits, including those for Indigenous communities. And we'll get into that a little later. Overview, the budget as estimated in April in a report to council, $290 million. That includes $108 million in infrastructure spending, some of that temporary, some of that permanent in the form of upgrades to city training facilities. Notably here in the third bullet, we are including a $5 million legacy fund with a specific portion that will be dedicated to Indigenous initiatives, and wanted to talk to you a little bit about that. This $290 million cost is borne across the three levels of government in roughly equal shares and there's some revenue generation for Toronto to help offset the cost of hosting. Follow on, Dan. I'll pass now to Dan, and he'll give you a sense of exactly what the games will look and feel like on the ground in Toronto in 2026.
Hi, good morning, Bojo. Just to quickly speak to the three images that I've put in front of you here, there are three sort of pillars or sites, essentially, that are inherent to FIFA's needs with any of the candidate host cities. The first, which I'll represent, is the Fan Fest, which is a 34-day festival, cultural festival. 21 or sorry, all but 7 of the days are ultimately focused on playing the matches, and so all the matches would be screened on large video screens, etc., gathering together regional attendance, probably from the suburbs as well as core Toronto. But also there are 7 days which are not allocated for matches, which can be utilized by a city for whatever cultural festival we would wish to put on that stage. At present, the primary site that we're looking at, as you can see represented here, actually is Downsview Park with the development that's taking place up there. Second and central to FIFA's goals are the stadium, which is at Exhibition Place, the BMO field. In terms of what's happening at that space, there will be temporary enhancement of the seating. Right now it holds about 28,000, and we're going to grow that with temporary seating up to 45,000, which is their minimum requirement. And of course, there'll be some activation on the Exhibition Place grounds surrounding the stadium. On the right side of your screen, you'll see up to 4 training sites, which are requested by FIFA, required by FIFA, for us to develop. At present, we're working with Parks, Forestry, and Recreation to assess what a design might look like at what's shown here on this image is Sunnybrook Park. The sports fields there. So we're looking to the installation of new fields at a world-class level, as well as facilities such as dressing rooms and lighting, which would allow programming to go later into the day and past sunset in that space. The other park that's primary in terms of consideration would be Centennial Park, which presently has a master plan anyways, moving towards a centralized soccer area and moving around some of their other sports like their baseball diamonds, etc. Early days on training sites preparation and FanFest. Those are really in their infancy of consideration, and much longer, another 4 years towards the actual event for us to develop them and deliver. I think that's all, Pat, in terms of the actual sites that we would be speaking to.
Thanks, Dan. And so I'll actually, in the interest of time, we'll flip forward to slide 7 then, please, Dan. So these are the benefits to Toronto. You see in the second bullet there, jobs. Among these jobs, they will certainly be short-term. A lot of them will be construction and related. But we want to ensure that there's good distribution to include access for Indigenous workers to those jobs and the broader economic benefits. There'll be a great opportunity here, probably once in a generation, once in a decade, for the visibility that Toronto will have on the global stage. So upwards of 200 million viewers per match. With 5 matches, that's 1 billion viewers. And we want to ensure that Indigenous culture, presence, and placemaking are central to how Toronto presents itself. I'll turn to the next slide, please, Dan. And now we'll just move to the benefits for Indigenous communities. There has been consultation with some of the organizations represented here at the AAC. Toronto Council Fire among them in the development of the bid. And we thank you for that early support. As mentioned, Larry Frost has been providing us some good advice. We presented in January at Task. Some of you may have been in attendance. The advice back from Task was focused on jobs, youth, and Indigenous tourism as part of Toronto's global offering. We are setting up governance right now. Again, Toronto looking to be named hopefully this week. And that would include a specific table on Indigenous governance. So we would like your feedback with respect to that, as that table will help advise how the games ultimately play out in Toronto in 2026. And on the next step, sorry to rush through this, but I appreciate you guys have a very heavy agenda. Again, Thursday this week, hopefully the announcement. If not named, you will hear no further from us, but we again are confident. And then we will work through the IAO and the city manager's office, consulting, taking your advice here, and again later on the establishment of an Indigenous advisory table. And there will be also a separate and broader advisory group established to help guide the games and ensure public benefit. A lot of work really begins in 2023 once FIFA is through the current World Cup in Qatar late in 2022 and ramping up to the delivery of the games in 26. So that is our quick overview of FIFA. I'm very happy to take any questions, take your advice.
Thank you both for your presentation and your time today. Members, do you have any questions on this item? Angus?
Just a quick question. I probably should know the answer. But what time of the year is it scheduled to run?
Thanks for the question, Angus. June.
Okay, super. Thank you very much.
Others? Okay, Francis and then Christine.
Patrick, thank you very much for bringing this back to us from last month. Really interesting. Looks like it could be something extremely exciting for the city. And if all the benefits that you've noted for our community, that would be terrific. But isn't it down to Vancouver and Toronto and splitting the games so that we would eventually get 3 of the games and Vancouver would get 2?
Through the chair, thanks for your question, Francis. In fact, Canada as a whole likely gets 10 games. And until recently, there were bids from Vancouver, Edmonton, and Toronto. Most recently, last week, the press has begun to speculate that Vancouver and Toronto will be the successful cities, dividing up 10 games at 5 apiece. But we really won't know until, frankly, there'll be the FIFA announcement of the cities, and then subsequent conversations around who gets how many games. Toronto, just by virtue of the size of its stadium, will be limited to preliminary games, whereas FIFA seeks stadiums of up to 100,000 person capacity for the elimination and final games.
Thank you. Thank you.
Christine?
I just wanted to make a comment about sort of the relationship between large sporting events or like sports tourism or any type of global tourism and like gender violence and sort of violence against Indigenous women. So like if you Google like Olympics and like gender violence, it sort of like can escalate. So I just wanted to like put it as a comment that like in sports tourism or any type of global tourism that like visits a place, that sometimes there are also disproportionate relationships with violence, and that may also be the case with Vancouver. So even in the case of the Olympics, there's different types of research about that as well. I just wanted to offer it as a conveyance, just as something to comment on or express.
Through the chair to you, Christine, thanks for the comments. And we agree, there are commonly upticks in domestic and international human trafficking related to the sex trade that accompany major events. In fact, there's a human rights component to Toronto's bid. This was an aspect that we touched on and worked with Toronto Police Services and has been brought to the attention of the other governments as something that will need specific attention when the games are hosted.
Thank you for the response.
Other questions?
I have a question.
Sure, Patty.
So thanks, Patrick. You mentioned, so with the money that was set aside for Indigenous initiatives, or was it 5 million or 5 billion? You said you were going to clarify because it's a portion of that.
Through the chair to you, Patty, thank you for the question. Currently in the $290 million budget, there is $5 million that's allocated to legacies of all types. We propose that at least $1 million of that should go for specific Indigenous initiatives. We had some good feedback from Task. One of the early thinking about legacy has been access to soccer for amateur sport and youth. Part of the feedback at Task was that may not be the first priority, but certainly youth should be, and consideration of employment and healthy living. That was a bit the feedback we got there. But upon, if we are named, we'll establish the Indigenous Advisory Group and begin to work towards what exactly the legacy for Indigenous communities people should be.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's my question. My question is, how are you going to form the advisory committee?
Through the chair, thanks, Cynthia, for the question. We would propose to write to Task and to this committee through the chair for suggestions for names. The treaty holder, Ms. Saugers of the Credit First Nation, have expressed an interest in being involved in such a group as well. I think Larry Frost, in the role that he's been playing with us to date, I think would be central to helping us establish this group, and we would be aiming to do so by the end of 22.
Are there any other questions? Andrea?
Sigoli, I won't go, Patrick, for that. Appreciate it. I was thinking of and I also want to acknowledge Christina for her foresight. You know, right now we do have quite a bit of violence within ourselves, you know, with each other, and so having newcomers come in or players come in, that is something that we need to work towards. And I have to agree, Patrick, that 5 million as opposed to 290 million is not 20%. So I just want to let you know that that's something that we've worked with in other distributions. But I'm thinking of the investments that we would have the 7 years beyond that. I know from the Pan Am involvement, what were the benefits? The benefits was obviously getting some of the housing that was in place that we do have with Wellman Cooperage access, also having the ability of Anishinaabe homes and Anishinaabe health, sorry. And it is really important that we do look at the community as a whole to see, it shouldn't be attached to any agencies or any groups, but to look at the needs assessment of our community. What would they want to see? What would they want to see? And I know that with the investments of these various stadiums, I'd love to be able to see lacrosse. I'd love to be able to see some land that was attributed, for our cultural space. I would love to be able to see how we build the capacity of the employment and the labor in place, and how do we do that even now before when as part of the construction. I'm assuming that there'll be some initiatives that'll be advanced through Ms. Webeck, and with this being hosted in this in the city, and I'm confident it will be, because it's a great place to be, that we can truly look at the need of our community, not of each other, but the need of the community, and to look at the tremendous growth of our young people, and also to look at the opportunities for those families that could also benefit from becoming more aware of what's being offered. And again, I look at that Reconciliation Action Plan, which we did not support, and it had nothing to do with it not supporting. It was the process, and to ensure that how do you take that Reconciliation Action Plan and to draw from it to see what could we benefit as a community, as a whole. So I just want to thank you for your comments, and I see some tremendous opportunities, and also work that needs to get done from our front too as well. So go, Patrick.
Through the chair, thank you, Andrea, for your comments. one thing I should note with respect to the significant benefits of the Pan Am Games, this Games is a bit different in that there's no significant infrastructure spending. There are the upgrading to sport competition facilities, but there is no housing component. The athletes will be housed in hotels. There's no transportation component. So we actually have a little bit less to work with in terms of tangible legacies. But your point is entirely correct. Wherever there is big spending, be that employment, social procurement, et cetera, we've got to work to ensure access for Indigenous workers and contractors, et cetera.
Thanks, everyone. Any more questions? Seeing none, I'd like to just make one comment on Christine's point. And thanks for raising, that important piece of awareness. And I just want to flag that, there's a very unique relationship between the community and TPS. And right now, one of our agencies, who is also at this table, one of the managers at that agency, has a non-police response pilot program occurring. And so just as we move forward, I think to specifically think about Indigenous women, MMIWG, the inquiry report, the work happening in community right now to respond, and the agencies that do work around human trafficking and violence against women, and just having a very specific lens related to the women of our community moving forward as you progress and develop your table. I think will be very key in moving forward. Thank you. So if there's no more questions, are there any speakers on the item? All right, seeing none. Can I have a motion to receive this item? Thank you, Andrea. All in favor? Fantastic. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Sorry, before I pass it to Brian for the next item and our next presenters, I believe that the motion from our last item is ready from Councillor Layton. So let's get that off the table so we can keep pushing through our agenda. So the last item was 18.2, the waterfront revitalization, and I believe Councillor Layton put through a motion. So the clerks will pull that up for us. Thank you.
It's Mike here. I've joined by my audio separately. I trust that that's working better. Yes. I had suggested that since Frances asked for the motion that she move it, but I'm happy to either way. But just that, like, in capturing it really quickly, like, I'm sorry, this was almost in real time, that City Council reassert the mission of the Reconciliation Action Plan, which states the city will dedicate time, space, and money with the goal of returning land to Indigenous governments, communities, collectives, and organizations, and further include that the mission of the Reconciliation Action Plan applies to agencies, boards, and commissions, including Waterfront Toronto and Creatio, and should be a core consideration in developing a redevelopment of all city-owned properties. That's the best I could do at such short notice.
Angus.
Oh, terrific motion, and I think we should all vote for it. It's great. Pretty good for such short notice there.
Well done, team. Frances, are you okay to be the one that?
I absolutely am.
Fantastic.
I'll stand up for it, sure.
Okay. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Pam. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Layton, for your quick work and no need of wordsmithing, which I always appreciate. The next item is item AA 18.4, current economic development and culture initiatives with Indigenous communities. This again is deferred from May 18, 2022. Patrick Tobin, Director, Arts and Culture Services, Economic Development and Culture, and Elena Bird, Policy Development Officer, Economic Development and Culture, will give a presentation to the committee. When you're ready, you can go ahead. Nakmeek.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thanks to the committee. As mentioned, myself and Elena Bird will take you through this presentation, which, as was mentioned by committee members, is anchored in EDC, or the Economic Development Culture Division's response to the Reconciliation Action Plan work that is underway, and then a specific focus that we'll have later in the presentation on the development of a cultural districts program that we spoke to this committee about some time ago. So if we go to the next slide, please, Elena. So under the Reconciliation Action Plan, there are 3 actions that fall quite centrally into the mandate of this division, economic development and culture. It's to improve economic development, celebrate Indigenous arts and culture, and support Indigenous placemaking. We undertake all these activities with our colleagues in the Indigenous Affairs Office and with the advice of this committee. I'll now go through a few of the larger projects by which we hope to address these actions. Elena, if you could, next slide, please. So this committee has received presentations in the past on the Indigenous Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, or ICIE. It's referenced as a centerpiece in Indigenous economic development in the Reconciliation Action Plan. And under the leadership of Michelle Baptiste as project manager, a number of important pieces of work are underway. The RFP, the request for proposals to locate an Indigenous-led organization or consortium to operate the center, will soon be posted, and work will be done to identify the operator. In parallel, construction of the internal space continues. There were some COVID-related slowdowns, but it's expected to be completed in Q3 of 22 or early 23 at the latest. And it's a hope that the operator, the Indigenous operator, long-term for the space is secured by the end of 23, if not earlier. Next slide, please. In the area of Indigenous arts and culture, very proud of the work that EDC has undertaken in the last few years to center Indigenous artists, organizations, and placemaking in its work. And by center, I mean that quite literally. Some of the projects listed here, the work of Q Rock shown there at the Daniels Center for Architecture at U of T was the centerpiece of the most recent Doors Open. Dr. Julie Nagam on the far right side is the artistic director of Nuit Blanche, Anishinaabe, a woman now residing in Winnipeg, but has done great work to bring Indigenous artists and perspectives into Nuit Blanche, the city's largest cultural event. And more recently, Artworks TO, which is the city's year of public art, has really had a significant focus on Indigenous work. There will be next week a significant piece by artist Brian Youngin unveiled at the Art Gallery of Ontario in partnership with the city. And depicted here is Red Embers, which had its origins installed in Allen Gardens and more recently moved to the beaches area of the city. Next slide, please. Also, we have the Indigenous Arts Festival, which is community partner led and produced under the broader umbrella of Indigenous Peoples Month, as led at Toronto History Museums. It is also anchored in the Reconciliation Action Plan, and there's an Indigenous Peoples Month strategy consultants group who are advising the city on how best to enable community leadership of this important month, but particularly this festival, in partnership with long-term partners like NAMERES. We'd invite you to take part in the next iteration of the festival as it takes place at Fort York, June 18, weekend June 18 and 19. And then turning to the next slide, a centerpiece of Indigenous placemaking as referenced in our Reconciliation Action Plan is the Spirit Garden. And I know this committee, and in particular leadership at Toronto Council Fire, is playing on the project. You're quite familiar with it, so in the interest of time, won't go into great detail, but in terms of an embodiment of a new relationship between the municipal government and Indigenous peoples, I think it's incredibly significant in its location and its scale. Finally, turning more broadly, before I pass to Elena on Indigenous placemaking, There have been a number of projects that have been brought online. A couple here. Indigenous placekeeping can be seen at Garrison Common. And as established in 2021 by emerging Two-Spirit trans and queer youth artists, planters and share medicines this spring in the 4 directions of the medicine wheel. And you see that represented in the images here. I'd now like to pass to my colleague, Elena Bird, who will offer an overview of the development of the Cultural Districts program by the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. I will now provide an update on Cultural Districts program. The consultant for the Cultural Districts program is J. Pitter Placemaking, Inc. Ms. Pitter leads a practice that is recognized within academic and working contexts for acknowledging the connection between all urbanism projects and colonialism. In her work, Ms. Pitter collaborates with Indigenous subcontractors and advisors. For example, Brian Porter, member of Six Nations of Grand River in Ontario and founder of Two Row Architect, is a senior Indigenous leader on the Cultural Districts Advisory Committee. Ms. Pitter also retained an Indigenous community engagement lead for the Cultural Districts program proposal and addressed Indigenous people's expertise across the consultation. Next slide, please. As you know, I met very early on with the city's Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee. I want to take a moment now to reflect on what I heard from you when we met last fall. In the interest of time, I refer to this slide as a demonstration of the deep wisdom shared. In recognition, and I recognize that it is important to turn listening and learning into action. Because of the range of perspectives I've heard, we are approaching this work through a practice of being informed by the original comments of this committee, community engagement, and alignment with other city initiatives. Next slide, please. Since we last met, I have continued on our research to unpack topics such as Indigenous placemaking, co-stewarding green spaces, and interrogating the notion of cultural districts through an indigeneity lens. As well, Indigenous leaders and community members attended and brought forward insights at the Cultural District's participatory meetings led by the consultant. For example, Ken Richard, founder and director of Native Family and Child Services, spoke on the topic of cultural districts and philanthropy with the Toronto Community Foundation, Justice Fund, United Way, and the Atkinson Foundation. Indigenous leaders also participated in a panel about cultural districts and mutual care networks. In many ways, we all are in early stages of engagement when it comes to Indigenous placemaking and placekeeping and cultural districts. Next slide, please. That said, I do have some ideas to bring forward for your consideration and further exploration. To directly address ways to make Indigenous culture visible in the city, we are seeing a connection between the city's Reconciliation Action Plan, Indigenous placekeeping, the Ravine Strategy, and the Cultural Districts program. We also want to explore opportunities to align with affordable housing strategies. While no formal connections are made yet, if the Indigenous community felt it was important, the city could explore placing additional cultural resources near housing developments to make neighborhoods culturally safer. This process could be completed in partnership with Indigenous organizations and the broader Indigenous community. At this stage, it's only an idea. We also want to support Indigenous placekeeping with tangible positive outcomes for Indigenous business, employment, language, and ceremony. Aligning the Cultural Districts program with Indigenous placemaking is an ongoing process, and the Indigenous community will be engaged on an ongoing basis. Pat and I look forward to hearing your thoughts on this work and appreciate any further insights you may have as we take next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin and Ms. Bird. Members, do any of you have questions for the staff today?
I do.
Go ahead when you're ready, Patty.
Is it possible, I'm really sorry to ask you this, but could you go back to page 8? It kind of went through it really quick, and I don't read that fast, but something caught my eye there. Page 8. I think it was the justice part. Yeah. Okay, so with the part around be aware that there are also individuals that have lived experience and that have worked in the Native community organizations, also need Indigenous advisors. Because Thunder Woman Healing Lodge Society works with women incarcerated Indigenous, Métis and Inuit women, I think that we should be on there.
Thank you for that suggestion and direction, and we'd absolutely be happy to add them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. And just as a reminder to members of the committee, we do have these documents to go through on our own. If there is anything that you want to have another look at, you can find them all listed online. Were there any further questions? Not seeing any. Are there any speakers to the item? If you wish to speak, please raise your hand and or unmute your mic just to let me know. Seeing none. Do I have a motion to receive the item? Francis, go ahead. Or was that?
Just a question. If you go back to page 3, which is Indigenous Arts and Culture, and I see there's indigenizing land held by institutions and Indigenous peoples, Atlas of Canada, giant floor map, part of Doors Open Toronto. As part of that, that map is supposed to be Canada across, is it? Elena, Patrick?
Thanks for the question, Francis, through the chair to you. It's more Indigenous land than it is Canada as a political entity, if I can say that. The borders of the Canadian state are subtle, and the actual, I forget what you call it in geography, but the projection that tends to minimize the size of the north is corrected for, so that the north is very prominent, including say Nan territory is really prominent at the center of the map, and Indigenous communities are represented. It came out of the Indigenous Atlas of Canada. I may be getting the specific name incorrect, but it was presented at City Hall during Doors Open 2 weeks ago and proved to be very popular. There were representatives of Indigenous organizations there to help people interpret the map and to explain histories about the various communities. And
would it be this map, would it also include where the babies have been found throughout the country? A little cemetery, a little something, a little acknowledgement, which would be good for people to see exactly where the areas of this country where this tragedies, where this terrible thing happened. That's part of the history too. Would that be included?
Thank you for the question, Francis, and through the chair. So it's derived from the Indigenous Peoples Atlas of Canada, which I don't think included representations of graves associated with the victims of residential and day schools. We can pass that along to the organization. It's not a map produced by the city, but rather by the Indigenous Peoples Atlas of Canada.
Well, if it shows where we were, that does show where they are.
That's true.
Thank you, Francis. Christine, when you're ready.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Patrick, you remember when you used the word remediation before? That was sort of like part of the gesture of remediation that I was referring to. So like that's remediating space in a way by placing that on a map. It's remediating the map, and then it's remediating our relationship to the space and the land we are severed from. So that's sort of what I meant. Like when you use the word remediating, that is a really good word, and that is a really good gesture of remediating, like because it is literally remediating our relationship to space. Yeah, I just want to say in relationship to the word remediating, like I think that is an example of remediating that Indigenous peoples probably would accept or regard as meaningful, you know, just in terms of like the use of the word remediate. That's all I wanted to say to Patrick.
Through the chair to you, Christine. Thanks for the comment.
No problem.
Are there any further questions of staff, members? Seeing none, do I have a motion to receive the item? Suzanne Brunel, all those in favor? And the motion carries. All right, Pam.
So everyone, I know in the last meeting and an email went out that given this is our last meeting and the agenda, the amount of agenda items we have, the intent is to break at 12:30 and then return to continue on with business. So we just wanted to take a quick scan of who is actually able to return. So if you are returning after the 30-minute break, can you please leave your cameras on? And if you intend not to return because you have other obligations, please turn your camera off, and the clerks will take a quick pulse of who will be returning after lunch. Thank you. Great, I see so many faces. Clerks, if you can just confirm once you've done a scan.
Chair, I can confirm that we have enough members to return after the 30-minute break. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, everyone. So we'll get to item 18.5 before we break, which is the Toronto History Museum's Indigenous Arts Festival and Indigenous Peoples Month Strategy Planning. So we have Savannah Chiblo and Jessica Lee Fleming, Indigenous to Toronto Collective Consultants, and they will give us their presentation. Please go ahead when you are ready.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Lee Fleming. It's so great to be here. Thank you so much for inviting us in to share our work. I'm Jessica Lee Fleming. I'm Georgian Bay Métis. I'm a citizen of the Métis Nation of Ontario, and I have been since 2002, along with my family members. It was lovely to be welcomed by Grandma Brunel, another Métis from my community. So, and I'll pass it to Savannah to introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is Savannah Chiblo. I'm a Two-Spirit Anishinaabe from Mississauga First Nation. I've lived in Toronto for about 11 years now. I'm also the Indigenous Community Engagement Coordinator at Humber College, but I've been working with Jessica since 2011. We sat on the Indigenous Advisory Task Force for the 2021 Indigenous Peoples Month Programming Committee. It was a rebrand of the Indigenous Arts Festival for the virtual programming last year. And we are now working collaboratively together to support with advising and building out a strategic report for the upcoming Indigenous Arts Festival.
Yeah, so we've worked, as Sav said, we've been working together for quite some time. We know we don't have a lot of time, so we're just going to go through our key points quickly. This is the work plan we came to the city with. It's actually been pretty condensed because there were some delays in some approvals from the city. So we're working in a shorter time frame now, but the key work is that we are reviewing programming that occurred from 2012 to 2019, as well as the online festival last year. we've built out a community consultation strategy, and we're connecting with folks who run Indigenous-led organizations, and in particular trying to make space and prioritize members who live with intersectional identities. We're supporting the Toronto History Museums with guidance on this weekend's Indigenous Arts Festival at Fort York. So programming, outreach, hiring practices, and we will start our in-person community consulting work during that festival. So there will be some like an short oral exchange, 2 to 3 questions, as well as a short survey that folks can fill out. And then we'll also be doing some like longer in-person or over the phone conversations with knowledge keepers and elders to inform a 3-year strategic report on planning the Indigenous Arts Festival. So looking at suitable long-term partners, shifts in engagement, in particular communication and marketing or outreach opportunities, and then compiling all that feedback on the programming as well as the accessibility of the festival. So we're reviewing all those notes, preparing that 3-year strategic plan, and then presenting it to both the community and the City of Toronto. So I mentioned the previous reporting where we have had a presentation to the Indigenous Affairs Office, or was it AA? No, sorry. The presentations will be to Indigenous Affairs Office, Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee, and then I'm sitting on the Angie Bimadazawin Museum Indigenous Programming Advisory Group. So that presentation is scheduled for the end of June. So really trying to find the like the circles within the City of Toronto and who we can connect with, whether it's you folks or others. And you can read some of the priorities there. So our 3-year strategic report aims to identify gaps in building and maintaining long-term positive and trust-focused relationships with Indigenous-led community organizations, agencies, and partners, as well as individuals. Expanding on the collaborative relationship with the City of Toronto, so working with internal stakeholders and like-minded advocacy teams. Highlighting the importance of reciprocal community work, so work that positions and empowers Indigenous curators, organizations, grassroots initiatives, artists, and knowledge keepers as decision makers and programming leads. So essentially putting the power back in the hands of the people and placing the city as a support for those people. And then developing robust, culturally informed communication, outreach, and inclusion strategies to reduce barriers. So there's more access, there's more awareness of what's available, and implementing support around decolonial practices across the strategy work. So we're interested in feedback from all of you. We want to hear anything you're interested in sharing with us, your feedback, your questions, your concerns, it's all welcome. We're particularly interested in how we can better engage and collaborate and communicate with you and your organizations, which aspects of the work plan you see as our greatest priorities and opportunities. Noting that this is a very, very short, condensed presentation and version of that work plan, but just what's grabbing at you right now. And then also like what impacts or outcomes do you want to see from this 3-year strategic report? What would demonstrate its success? And this is specific to the Indigenous Arts Festival, the Fort York Arts Festival. So with that, I'm not sure if Sav, there was anything you wanted to sort of mention before we move into some conversation.
No, I think I'm just interested in feedback and what you all have to say.
Great. Thank you both so much for your presentation, and thank you to and all our other presenters for being mindful and allowing the 5-minute time constraints today. So to the table, are there any members who have questions for our presenters? Steve?
Yeah, hi. Great presentation, ladies. Thank you. It's Steve Teekins from Namirez Native Men's Residence. So I think Namirez's powwow has been the magnet event for drawing people to the powwow since we resumed our partnership with Fort York back in 2015. I know back in 2013, I had staff from Fort York reaching out, asking us if we wanted to continue consider moving our powwow to Fort York because, our events were previously on the same day. And usually the audience that they wanted to attract were the audience that were coming to our powwow. So I'm just a little disappointed. This is my first time hearing about this 3-year strategic plan. I would think that Namirez would be one of the key partners for Fort York in this. And I don't think this is a really reciprocal way to work with a trusted partner. I'm disappointed. And then when you asked about who would be suitable long-term partners, well, I think Namirez would be one of them, and I shouldn't have been hearing it from here. And it says trust focused. Well, not informing Namirez from the get-go of this consultation doesn't really do a lot to build trust with us. So I'm very disappointed, completely.
I can respond to that, which might be helpful because I think there's two things that happened. So Sav and I were asked to do this review, which was not intended to include this year's event. So we got brought in to support this year's event kind of in addition to the review of this work. So I think it's harder in a short window to explain. And Steve, you're right. Like you're one of the you're the first, actually, I think you're the first name on our list of community organization conversations. And I think like the plan was that we would actually just have to, because we were asked to support this year's festival, we moved into supporting programming and had to kind of pause the organization and also even like the interviews and or like conversations with elders and knowledge keepers, like that all got moved to like August and September because there was no curator appointed this year for the festival. So our work sort of was, we were asked to shift and support through that. And so the strategic work is kind of, it's a little bit separate at the moment. So it's not that the intention is not to talk to you, and you're right. We should have sent like, I don't know, maybe like an email or something just to let people know. So I'm sorry you're hearing about it right now, but just to give you that, I guess, that background of like, yeah, what's going on.
I just want to, Pam, can I speak?
Yes, of course.
I just want to say I found it really confusing because, and I was going to say to Steve, isn't Namirez powwow on the 18th? And then I thought, then I thought, well, this must be including the Namirez powwow, but I don't see Namirez mentioned. And so I can see it's very confusing, and to hear that Namirez was not consulted when their powwow has been on this date for, a while, it is, I would be offended. I would, truthfully, I would. So I understand what you're saying, Stephen. I think this is kind of an example of how we need to reach out before we make a decision, or we need to reach out before we advertise something as being when it's going to be. Like it really, it's kind of in many ways how the government works. They make these decisions and then consult with us later. So I think that we can remedy this. I think there could be a good solution to it, but it will definitely take consultation.
One of the things that we had, I don't know, I'm not familiar with like the rules for talking in these environments, so I hope I'm not breaking them. But one of the things Sav and I were sharing with the city is that the event is actually known in community as the Namirez Powwow. And so it's named the Indigenous Arts Festival, but it's known. Like if you ask somebody, are you going to IAF? They're like, what the heck is that? But if you're like, are you going to the Namirez Powwow? They know exactly when it is. So there's also like, this is all a part of that like communications, and the outreach communications is like a big part of this. Like, how do we let folks know, and also give credit to like you were saying, Steve, like the anchor partners the people who've been there from the beginning, the people who have made the event what it is. So I really appreciate hearing like the feedback and
So yeah, this is NamiRes's 20th powwow. Since 2001, we've been doing these powwows. Even during the pandemic, we had a vaccine powwow at Varsity Stadium. It was great there. You know, this process doesn't give me much confidence in our partnership with Fort York. You know, you're planning for 3 years. What if I decide next year to pull out? What's going to happen to your 3-year plan and we move our powwow somewhere else? Right? We're going to take our audience with us, and you'll be left with the same thing. Someone should have reached out to us. This is a huge faux pas. Again, this doesn't really, when you started off with wanting to build long-term partners. So what does this mean for NamiRes if some other long-term partner is identified? It's going to throw us to the curb? Now keep in mind, the NamiRes powwow has always been for Indigenous, by Indigenous. We're an Indigenous-led organization. We do this for the community. With the museums and folks, so on, that's not for Indigenous, by Indigenous. It's for the city, you know, and they hire a few Indigenous consultants. But again, it's not for the long-term gain of our community here. When it's city-led, it's usually something other than, and they'll hire a few, you know, brown faces to come to the table and do some of the work for them. So, yeah, I'm just profoundly disappointed in this. And you would think as a key partner that we'd be treated far much better.
Thanks, Christine. I think that you had your hand up.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say, like, for example, like I saw there was a lot of advertising for like the Fort York powwow or whatever it is. And then, you know, the guy on the poster, I'm like, oh, he's from the community. I don't know his name, but he works at NamiRes, right? Like it's like synonymous. Like I'm like, that guy works at NamiRes because it's NamiRes's thing, right? So it's sort of almost like I did want to underscore that yeah, it is like well, it's already been addressed. And then I guess the other thing is like, yeah, when I think about just as a community member, like when I think about the Indigenous museums for the Mine Museum, like I think they are building a relationship with Indigenous people, or I don't know who they are in my community, but I see they're trying to engage. And like, I'm just wondering if there's anything else we can do to acknowledge the relationship, or like to acknowledge Steve's sentiments and Steve's comments, and if there's anything we could do to like acknowledge that relationship again, like, you know, if there's anything we can offer, because that's a harm to the relationship and it's really significant.
When you say,
I don't know, like what he said about the fact that it's like it doesn't feel trustful and stuff. Like, is there something we could do now? Like, just offer it. Like, we could do it as a group or something. Like, we could just think in a good way so we restore it. You know, like that's what I mean. Just for the sake of the relationship and caring for our group, and we care for each other, and we're, you know what I mean. That's what I was asking. Just a gesture. If people don't want to do it, I was just gonna ask though.
Thanks, Christine. I don't know if you guys want to comment on that or not. Jessica and Savannah.
I mean, I think, well, yeah, of course. I mean, like, it's really, I feel like I just want to have like a 4-hour conversation now. So it's tricky, right? But I mean, like I said, it's, first of all, Savannah and we're brought in by the city to do this work. So we're trying really hard to hear from folks and you know, make sure that there's time to talk to everybody. But I do really recognize like that we should have reached out to you way sooner, Steve. I think we mentioned it at the Fort York flag raising, but that's still like in passing. So, I mean, personally, I can say that the Fort York powwow was like, it was one of the first time I went, which would be like maybe 10 years ago, was one of the most important things I did in the city of Toronto, like to be with other Indigenous people. And especially because it didn't feel like anybody was trying to get something from us. Like it felt very much that it was just there to be for us to connect to each other. And in an urban setting like that, it felt like it was rooted in generosity completely. And I know that's the way NamiRes works. And Steve, I know that's the way you work. So personally, like that event has done a lot for me. And I think, yeah, I suppose because we've just been trying to help the artistic programs that are coming this year for this period of time, like the work that Lori is doing, the work that different arts organizations are doing. We're trying to help them get their teams sort of together for the work at the Fort York powwow or the Indigenous Arts Festival powwow. So the consultation stuff is sort of on pause a little bit. And I think that now that we're talking about it, I'm like, they're really, we almost, yeah, we should have really looked at that more seriously, I think. But I wonder if Savannah has anything that they want to add to.
Yeah, I think I've just been taking a lot of notes because I think this is just things that we need to note down for the future. And I think yeah, we've been so focused on advising on this upcoming festival that we sort of pushed a lot of the community consultation work, farther than it should have. And I think, yeah, we're just gonna have to reconvene, Jess and I, and look at like what this is going to look like with our relationships and trying to rebuild those relationships with NamiRes and Sagas of the Credit and all of our other arts festival partners.
Thank you both. Cynthia, I see your hand. I'm just going to make a comment. I want to just acknowledge you both because I know that you're tasked. And I think that staff from the EDC should probably be commenting as well. I think that you've been given direction, but unfortunately it was a misstep from the beginning. If a 3-year strategic plan is being developed around Indigenous art and culture, the community should have been a part of that conversation on whether or not they wanted a 3-year strategic plan. And Steve is right, and many of the comments are right, that that powwow was small in a different park, but it was strong and crowded with community. And many of the community members were the ones that orchestrated every element of that powwow. And still to this day, it is one of the best known and best attended in the city. And now the city is claiming it in a way, or trying to optically claim it, while also putting around a whole month of art and culture around it that is city sort of possessed, which I think is inappropriate at this time. And like Patty stated and Steve has stated, if that were my agency, I probably would be pretty much done at this point. But we all know Steve, we all know the agency, we all know the dancers, the drummers, the MCs, the vendors. And so we go out every year and we support it, and we will no matter where it's held. And our community gathers at that time. And that's much more than a month of Indigenous recognition and arts and culture. That's ceremony, that's gathering, that's resistance. And so, I know that you're getting a lot of feedback, but I recognize that this is not solely on you two individuals, but this needs to be taken back, and we need to start over and have a different type of conversation, I think. Cynthia.
Merci, Pam.
That's exactly what I was going to kind of weigh in on, Pam. Thank you for that. Just to add to that also is maybe the Indigenous Affairs Office or the city folks have some consultation when they send out RFPs, and also what type of orientation that they provide to the successful consultants on getting them up to speed and up to date on what type of events organizations are having, so that we don't run into this. It's like they threw you under the bus, and I don't know what history of knowledge you had in regards to NamiRes's powwow, but that orientation after receiving the contract should be done in a manner that respects everybody's work that they do within the community. So that would be my suggestion moving forward. Miigwech.
Thank you, Cynthia. Francis, I saw you somewhere. I lost you. Go
Yep.
ahead.
Thanks very much for bringing the Indigenous Art Festival forward and doing the best you could. But when you were given the event by the city, did you not consult with the Indigenous Affairs Office first to get some background, to know what was happening, and how to go about it? Or did they just turn you loose to find a location and a time for all this to happen? Because that's what the Indigenous Affairs Office should be for the city. That should be the place that you go first to find out how you should be directing your work, your organizing, your event planning, all of these things, because I'm sure the Indigenous Affairs Office would have told you that that is the Nami-Res powwow. That is the weekend for that powwow. That is where we go, where we gather. And the reason why we do it. We don't do that for the art festival, although that's an important event. It should be held somewhere, some other time, and not be piggybacked on Steve's powwow. So I think a lot of the onus on this goes back to City Hall and goes back, that's where you got flung under the bus. How's it look under the bus? Because that's
Right.
what
There's
you
lots
are
of
right now.
there's lots of ants down here. We're visiting. It's okay. No, I mean,
Sorry.
I'm not, yeah.
Go ahead, Jess, sorry.
Just because you did bring up a question about where did we go first, and so we spoke with the folks in the city who had worked on the Indigenous Arts Festival. We spoke to like informally, right? Like, or they're not considered the formal consultation, but just to gather information, the former curators, the other task force members. So we were going into the sort of the people who were really, I think, like front lines of the planning and not yet and to give you context, when we say like our work plan has been sort of like collapsed, originally we were starting this work in January. We didn't start, like we didn't access the archival folders until like a couple of weeks ago. Like it really has been a shortened process. So I really don't know if I can like underscore that enough, that it's like the plan has had to we've just had to adapt quite a lot. And we're happy to adapt. And like this is really valuable feedback from all of you, and it's going to help us really pivot moving forward. Like I think I'm really glad we're having this conversation. I wish we'd had it in May at the May meeting, but it's not too late to make the right change. It's not too late to do the right thing by community. So this is great. Under the bus is great.
I also just wanted to iterate that, and I think like Shirley, I see that you're on here from Fort York, but the Indigenous Arts Festival wasn't built under the Indigenous Affairs Office. Actually, I think this year Jessica and I introduced and had a conversation with Jennifer LaFontaine and some people from the Indigenous Affairs Office to sort of see how we can support and navigate this relationship and maybe try to bridge it under them as well. But I just wanted to make note of that it wasn't included in that sort of direction when we first started.
I'm in no way saying that you built this off the Indigenous Affairs Office. What I meant to obviously didn't come out that way. What I meant by it is that should be your first point of reference, so that they can point you in the correct direction, so that you're not given the impression that here you go, grab it and run with it. There's a certain place you should have run to first, that's all.
So I know Patty has been unmuted for a bit, so I'm going to have Patty go, and then Shirley, I believe you're the staff on this item, so we'll give you an opportunity after that.
So I just want to say, hopefully lesson learned. Number one. Number two, I mean, I see a couple of solutions, and one would be change the date. Change the date. Simple, get an apology from the city, change the date. The other is, which is where I don't really want to go to, but boycott it. And you can drop that word in your meeting, because from Patty Pettigrew, because I'm not going to speak for everybody here, but we need to, this is how they pit us against one another. And, it's just not fair on the two of you. So the recognition, the loyalty should go to NamiRes first and foremost right now. And so I think going back to the city or whoever it is you're working with a very strong message that this was not okay. And I don't know if the answer was that you did speak to someone in the Indigenous Affairs office, but if you did, they should have given you a heads up and not let it get to this point. It's not fair to the two of you. It's not fair to any of us at this table, because it has the potential to pit us against one another. So that's just, so I think change the date.
So I'll give Shirley the floor because I know she's requested to speak, and then Angus and Christine.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. My name is Shirley Hudson-Hill. I'm the museum administrator for Fort York, so the manager that oversees this. I've been at Fort York just over 7 months, and I just wanted to thank you all, especially Steve, who is, it's hard to even describe in actual words how much we value our partnership with NamiRes. I'm very sorry, through listening today to everything, that I can start to see where things started to go off the rails. I think it is that the strategy took so long to get started, and I inherited the strategy, the RFP, all of that. So I can't know what was done in advance to come to the idea of doing this 3-year strategy, but we knew we were reaching the 10-year anniversary of the Indigenous Arts Festival and the NamiRes Powwow at Fort York, and we thought it was a moment to revisit and see where the future will take us. And I'm sorry, Steve, I know we mentioned it in March in a conversation with you, but I think what we didn't do is a formal presentation. We just mentioned it. And we should have done a formal presentation and been much more clear about what that strategy would mean. And then there's been this long delay in getting it started for all sorts of reasons, including procurement. So I'm here to say thank you all for your generosity and for sharing everything today. And it's an exciting week at the Fort because this event is happening in less than a week. And this is our most important event of the year for all sorts of reasons. So I'm sorry that and the other thing I would say is the strategy work hasn't started. This meeting here today is the start of that work. We're not, the Indigenous Advisory, the Indigenous Affairs Office told us, don't go to this committee with the work already started, go at the very beginning. So I'm not sure if this is my second time at the meeting, the committee meeting. I was here in May. So I'm not sure if that's always the case, but just to say that this strategy work hasn't started. This is today here is the very beginning of that consultation process. But we're here, we're listening, we're very sorry, and it feels like we still have a huge amount of work to do, and we're here to do that work.
Angus?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to respond to Patty's comment about one option might be to change the date. I just want to say that from everything that I've heard in this discussion, that's probably not something that you want to conclude is the right thing to do. I think the conclusion is you need to sit down and have serious and extensive discussions with NAMI Resin and Steve and see what it is that they think makes sense. I don't think we should be prejudging whether it's this decision or that decision. The other thing I wanted to say was partly in response to Francis's comments, and I'm not sure I feel strongly about this, or this is not necessarily like correct in my view, but I'm not convinced that like if the city goes out and hires consultants, whoever the consultants are, it doesn't matter whether it's these folks or other folks, really doesn't matter at all. If the city goes out or city agencies go out and hire consultants, I'm not sure that the default thing that they should be understand that the first thing they should do is go to the IAO. And that's not a swipe against the IAO. It's simply because my own view is that no organization or institution is capable of doing everything and doing everything well. The IAO is no different. Honestly, like my general view is that consultants, whoever the consultants are, if we go out and hiring consultants in the housing sector, let's say there were consultants that were going to be hired to talk about Indigenous housing. I wouldn't expect that the consultants would first go to the IAO and the IAO would tell them, oh, you really ought to talk with Guaman, or you ought to talk to Anishinaabe Homes or whatever. I would expect that the consultants who were hired had a good enough grounding in the area that they wouldn't have to go to the IAO. Besides which, the IAO might not know necessarily in every context what the best thing to do was. So those are my two comments, one in response to Patty's comment and one in response to Francis's. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine and then Francis. We can't hear you.
Sorry, I just wanted to offer a comment. Like when some people were saying they felt like there was a divide feeling now, or some of the emotions were about feeling divided now. What I wanted to say, and I heard another comment before that had said like it felt like the Namiras Powwow was sort of like taken by the city or like put in some other month-long type of events that are Indigenous art focused or whatever. Like when I was hearing those sort of sound almost like, I just say, by almost appropriative, right? Like there's almost an appropriation of that, and that's why that's a concern. Like when I heard like the long chain of comments, and then it ended up like leading to comments saying now we feel harmed and now we feel divided. Like part of what I wanted to say, I guess, offer as a comment was like, part of what the colonial relationship is like taking Indigenous images that are our own and then reconstructing them in another image. And then there's like this other image that now appears to some of us like it's dividing and hurting us, right? And then I wanted to also just say, like, again, I guess for all the Indigenous parties, like including the consultants, like just like to be holistic and restorative for all the Indigenous parties, because colonialism is historic and structural. So there was like already some speaking to the structural reasons why that happened, but that's like inherently about the colonialism. So I just like wanted to be restorative to all the Indigenous parties who might feel harm, including the ones that maybe, do you know what I mean? I just wanted to be to name colonialism as a structural process, and then name that it appeared in the trajectory of comments, it appeared like there was a sense of appropriating an Indigenous event, and then it led to more comments about harm and dividing, which is like obviously the consequence of colonialism. So I just wanted to say that colonialism impacts all Indigenous parties like like even just to link it to like, well, the consultants already spoke to that, but they're Indigenous peoples as well. So I just wanted to just like point to the like the appropriative nature of what colonialism does to Indigenous images, if it would lift a burden off of our group, because we felt some people like there was a divisiveness and a harm that came from something feeling like it was taken away. That's all. Does that make sense? It's a comment. It's not a suggestion. It's just it's a comment. That's all.
Frances?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Angus. When I was talking, it was more of the MO that usually happens at City Hall. Almost every committee, table, board, gathering, group, consultation, the people come to us and said, we've spoken to the IAO and they suggest that. Even when it comes to housing, Angus, you know that the IAO plays a significant role in what happens, what comes down. So all I was doing was saying that that's not always the answer. Generally, what I expect of the IAO is that they say, oh, you shouldn't be talking to us. Here's who you should be talking to. Here's where you go with it. But not to become part of the uh, planning part or executing or developing or any of that. That they should be a kind of referral service if they hire consultants who don't have a landscape in the city, who don't know. That's what I was saying. But generally speaking, almost every committee that the city sets up, every table that they set up, every consultation that they set up goes through the IAO before it gets out to the people.
Thank you, Frances. Any other comments? Andrea?
Go, Pamela. Yeah, it's just, if we could put this much effort into other decisions, that would be really amazing. And ladies, I really appreciate your presentation. You meant no harm, and you know, it happens. We learn from things, and I think drawing on your cultural background as an Anishinaabe, that just thinking about, you know, what you would do. I know what happens just automatically, so we're not stepping on each other's parade. What happens is we do the scheduling of the different initiatives and try to make sure that we're being constantly being supportive. Not all times that, you know, individuals are on the map. This past 2 weekends ago, we wanted to ensure as agencies and people within the community that we supported the two-spirited powwow, which is amazing, really, really amazing. And it's our intent to ensure that we lend full support, not only, you know, through as our agency, but also by ensuring that the information is supported by our community. And again, this past week, I know that there was a 4-day arts Indigenous festival that took place at the Harbourfront. And again, we wanted to ensure that we elevate and we look to the community and how we can support it. It's not to say I want to take my ball and bat and I'm leaving, because it's really childish. That's something that we've learned from another society. Right. So you know, this is protocols that you just need to take a peek at, and questions you learn from this. I mean, under the bus, over the bus, around the bus, you know, it's I appreciate the work that you've done. I appreciate, you know, that you're learning, and so are we. And I don't want to belabor the reconciliation action plan, but the fact is that, you know, we learn from protocols. We learn from protocols, and whatever the city's going to go through, that they also look at protocols of communications. There was a powwow that was also hosted a few weekends ago, and it was hosted under Council Far's name, and we didn't know about it, right? So that's, you know, those things that we need to have that conversation with each other. But, you know, we don't need to get silly on it, you know, so we just need to use common sense and protocols as Anishinaabe, Ongwahongwe, Cree, to make sure that, you know, remembering who we are and the actions that we need to do. And I don't think, with all due respect for the Indigenous Affairs Office, I mean, they have their limitations, and I agree with Francis. Redirect. So this is what we understand, but you know, seek out supports from others. Patty, I don't think I could support, you know, change the date or you know, that's just kind of like take my ball and bat and go away with it. That we'll continue to support. We don't care what you call it, but we do know that we go out to support the powwow that Fort York that's an annual event, and it's under the umbrella of NEMIRES, and I think we'll continue to do that. But I think we've really kind of exhausted this issue, and I don't know how much longer we're going to be on the line, but I just want to make sure I comment that and also acknowledge you two ladies too as well for presenting. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrea. And thank you for acknowledging the time, because we are around the break for lunch. So if there is no more burning comments on this item or speakers to the item. Okay.
Can I say, would I be able to just say one thing? I know
Sure.
we all want to eat and everything, but I just want to make a point of apologizing personally to you, Steve, in front of this group, as a person, as a leader in the community who I admire tremendously, and a person who's like done so much for so many. So I'm very sorry that we did not make more of an effort. And if you are open to it, and I know it's so late now, but if you have time this week to talk to us so that we can think of something we can do this weekend to honor that 20-year anniversary, I know Savannah and I would like just love the chance to make it right with you, to begin to make it right, because I know it's not going to be one conversation, but as a first step and as a first act.
Congrats, Jessica. Thank you for that. And yeah, I'll be chatting with our partners at Fort York in a little while. So thank you.
Okay. Merci, everybody.
Thank you. So do I have a motion to receive this item? Suzanne, all in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you so much. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. So it is 12:30. It is recommended we meet for 30 minutes, or sorry, break for 30 minutes and then reconvene. So about 1 o'clock, we'll quickly scan for quorum and we'll carry on with our business. We're moving along quickly. So thank you, everyone, and enjoy your break. See you soon.
So I apologize. I'm getting a little hoarse, not from speaking too much for a change, but if my voice starts to falter, I apologize. On to the next item, and thank you all for coming back from that short recess, by the way, especially on such a beautiful day. Item AA 18.6 is the potential to review a voluntary property tax contribution to support reconciliation and justice. Again, this is deferred from May 18th meeting. This is a letter from Councillor Mike Layton with a recommendation to City Council to request the City Manager to review the voluntary property tax contribution option used in Victoria, British Columbia, and determine if a similar program can be implemented in Toronto. I don't know if there was anything that we were going to pull up here, Mike, but we do have 2 registered speakers on the item. So the first registered public speaker is Tiffany Malley. Are you ready, Miss Malley? Seems Tiffany stepped away from her device. I wonder if we might be able to go to the second public speaker and come back to Tiffany. The second registered public speaker is Miguel Avila Velarde. Miguel, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay,
Hello?
you have 5 minutes, Miguel. Go ahead when you're ready.
I want to apologize for the background noise. I'm out here outside the convention center. There's a rally to protest the mineral extraction and the abuses that indigenous people are suffering at the hands of mining companies and corrupt businesses and governments across Turtle Island and South America. Good afternoon. I want to acknowledge that this is the first time in a long time that the advisory committee has reached a quorum and able to meet in the afternoon. I am really shocked and surprised that you guys are able to finalize an agenda meeting with 24 members as part of this new membership for the Aboriginal Affairs Office. Congratulations. So I want to acknowledge that and give credit to my sister, Tiffany Kewe, who suggested to this committee, and now Councillor Layton is suggesting to adopt it, to be adopted at this committee level and perhaps pass it on to city executive in the next term, which is going to happen after October 2022. Could be a little bit too late, but anyhow, it's a good intent. And again, I want to acknowledge this is an idea and a suggestion made by Tiffany Kawe, who has been always giving good ideas to this committee from the goodness of her heart. So bad news, we have Doug Ford as the new premier for the next 4 years. We have the city manager, Chris Murder, who has decided to leave city council. In 2022 October, we may have a new mayor, and who knows, we may have a new city council. So this is a great idea. But if we want to ask voluntarily, you have to look at why we need to ask this in to be a voluntarily. I don't think so. I disagree with that, Mr. Layton. It should be mandatory. Have you checked the news? 10,220 new graves of children have been found across Turtle Island, my friend. And Catholic Church priests and nuns are free. The Vatican has apologized, but he's not making any mention of how much money indigenous people will receive for compensation for all these crimes or genocide perpetrated against indigenous children. So, as a member of the grassroots groups, I approve of this plan to tax the rich. Taxing Canadians who have profited from this land, it is the way to go to maintain sustainability for the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations. Taxing the oil and gas companies to compensate water defenders will be a good start to stop the abuse of Indigenous peoples in British Columbia. Taxing land developers to compensate land defenders in Six Nations 1492 land back lane. Taxing Bay Street local Bay Street corporations to sustain local indigenous community plans and projects to get people out of poverty. That should be the way to go. Yesterday, I was at encampment known as Clarence Square. For the first time ever, on a Sunday, a sacrilegious act happened. These people were evicted from their land. One of them is still remaining, my brother Jordan, who happens to be a Metis, and my sister Lynn at Allen Gardens. Both of them I had mentioned to John Tory, the mayor, last week as city executive committee. Right now, we should be demanding that large corporations, banks, financial institutions compensate my brother Jordan and my sister Lynn by making sure they have a home, not just a hotel room where they're being displaced at this moment in time. That is not a solution for housing. So please do not ask them, demand compensation, demand that they contribute towards our truth and reconciliation plans for execution and compliance. But we need the money. And the only way to do it is by taxing the rich. And defunding the police will go a long way. We have told this Mayor Tory many, many times. Divesting the Toronto police and funding our communities will go a long way. How many minutes I have left? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you disappeared for a second there, Miguel, if you wanted to finish up.
Okay, I want to say in conclusion, Michael Layton, you are being named as the next to replace Andrea Howard as the leader of Ontario NDP. Please make a motion today before you leave for municipal vacations so that my sister Tiffany get a seat at this committee. She has time and time and time again knocking on the door. It's time for that door to be opened up and let this woman, amazing woman, intelligent woman, who just wants to help giving proper advice from living experiences to this committee. And again, I just want to say I'm really shocked that you guys reached quorum. And I hope this becomes a trend in 2022 so that we can complete agendas and not postponing them for another time. And that's my end of my deputation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. Does anybody have any questions of this public speaker or any comments?
You.
Go ahead.
So thanks, Miguel, for what you had to say. I don't know if you've been here for the whole since this morning, but we have had a discussion with Mike Layton around whether it be a voluntary tax or not. That discussion took place. So I think that the other thing with respect to thanking us for reaching quorum, I appreciate your gratitude. However, I just want to say that, you know, everybody that sits at this table is really, really busy. All of us, because we're busy working for the people. And sometimes I know in where I sit, sometimes we just can't get to this particular meeting. So today we are fortunate, but I want you to know that each and every one of us are incredibly, incredibly busy working for the people. Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
that,
you for
Patty.
your kind words, sister. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you.
And I just want to check back in now and see if Miss Malley is available, as she was
Yes.
listed as the first. Okay.
Yes.
You have 5
So
minutes
my
when you're ready,
apologies.
Tiffany.
Okay, Ani Bonjour, everybody. My apologies. I was having some technical difficulties with my phone. I want to thank Miguel for speaking his truth. I also want to thank Mr. Layton for his presentation. I do want to speak about a meeting that I attended with the IAO It was about 2 weeks ago now. It was with a bunch of city people, and the intention of the meeting was to bring community, to make sure that we can have a voice. They say our dreams, our aspirations, they want to know. As usual, as I spoke to the other agenda item, there wasn't a lot of people that came out. In total, maybe 10, maybe a little bit more. There was some discussion when they took us into the breakout rooms to talk about some items, and I had brought a really important topic that I had received, because I'm not going to take credit. It came from a really strong man. His name is Kyle. He works at the Urban Indigenous Education Center. Kyle's doing great things. He's the education coach, making sure that Indigenous youth can graduate. I really, really honor that role. And so he had said to me, he said, you know, I think like every community, every province should enact a $5 land back tax. I said, wow, that would be really interesting, because, you know, a $5 land back tax 2 weeks ago, I brought it up. And here we are talking about this same item in a different way, maybe worded it a little bit different, but intentionally it's the same topic. Although Tiffany never gets credit for bringing really important issues to the table and ideas and thoughts that are really not just influential, they're monumental for our community to thrive. I feel so disheartened that this subject would come. It's really important that if we were to just look at the census from 2016, there's over 1 million homeowners. These homeowners pay property taxes. I feel as though the city, we don't need to implement a $5 Indigenous land back tax. We will make sure that the $5 is already included in the existing property taxes that the homeowners are already paying. The problem then there lies, well, what are we going to do with this more than $5 million that we would be then receiving? Well, I think that would be another conversation for another time. But I really feel that it puts some real tangible influence into the giving the city some onus, knowing that $5 isn't a lot for every homeowner who's already paying multiple thousands of dollars in taxes already a year. It wouldn't come out of their pocket. It would then be an act of reconciliation. I feel that when we move forward and all these things that we're doing for city, there's a lot of great things that I have been doing, which is really ensuring that every Indigenous person who's either houseless or in vicarious housing, that they are able to sustain and have a real home, not just a crappy home, a real home, and those options for living. It just doesn't live at Wigwamin. Perhaps it could be home ownership. I've reached out to the Daniels Co-op. I've reached out to Habitat for Humanity. These people are really looking towards us, this community, this committee, and saying, you know, we want to work with you guys and create a home ownership program. Why would we not want to enact a $5 land back tax that would specifically go to home ownership? It would ensure that we're creating that land back opportunity that Steve was very nice to speak about, because if perhaps he's concerned that in the next 30 or 50 years, when these leases come to end, is that meaning that our families are going to be more homeless? I think about the great work that I'm doing in the Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust, and how they're very much supportive for growing and to inspire and mentor, and they've only been inspirational. And I'm really, really, really looking forward to
Tiffany,
the
you're
future
right at
of
the end of your
housing
time here.
and great things for our community. And the $5 land back tax, that's where it starts. And then we will have the discussion of where the money is going to go, because it's not going to go to the people that have 50 funders. It surely isn't going to go to the village. It
Tiffany, your time is up, but your audio is cutting in and out anyway. So thank you for addressing the committee today. Members, do you have any questions of staff on this item? And if so, please raise your hand or unmute your mic to let me know. Seeing no questions, are there any speakers to the item? Councillor Layton, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone. And I hope the audio is coming through. I'm again on my phone at the same time. I appreciate the input from the speakers and including what Patty had to say right out of the onset of the meeting. Again, let me just recap where this came from. A random constituent came to me with a policy idea. If this was something that I felt comfortable bringing forward on my own, if it was a different issue, I would have gone to the appropriate committee and brought it forward. In this case, this would be that committee. I also am a firm believer in nothing about us without us, and therefore I told this constituent I didn't feel comfortable bringing this to anyone but this committee in order to get their endorsement. A couple of years, or I guess it was about a year ago, before the Reconciliation Action Plan, in this past budget, I saw with the increase in the money coming from the tax-supported budget, so our property taxes, going to Indigenous issues, I saw that as an opportunity for us to ingrain a dedicated increase in the revenue and resources assigned to the Reconciliation Action Plan. I was assured by our city manager, who we know has been quite supportive of increasing the budget envelope for Indigenous issues in our city budget. I was assured that it would be part of the 2023 discussion about how we're going to fund the Reconciliation Action Plan. Given his departure before the budget process, I think Patty's point should be very well taken, that we should broaden the scope of this ask. I'm sorry, I should have introduced my motion first. If the clerks have it ready, I sent it to a couple folks earlier, and I got some replies, just not the necessary ones. Maybe clerks could put it up. So the first one is the one that was already there. Request city manager review the voluntary tax contribution used in Victoria, British Columbia, and determine if a similar project can be used here. I suspect it can, but we can ask for the report all the same. But far more fundamentally, I'm not a believer that reconciliation is something we do as a voluntary effort as a part of the city, and we only fund as far as we can go. I think that would be a completely wrong-headed approach if that was the only approach. I would support, and I continue to support, a designated revenue stream for reconciliation, and one that increases in order for us to achieve our Reconciliation Action Plan. So to Patty's point, this is what I've come up with is City Council directs the City Manager to, as part of the 2023 budget process, develop a dedicated resource of revenue. I think that may be redundant, but whatever, to fully implement the Reconciliation Action Plan and present any recommendations to the Indigenous Affairs Committee in 2023. I think that probably should say the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee. I sometimes use those terms interchangeably, but we'll take that as a friendly little change at the end there. I would just say I don't think this is necessary. If people feel uncomfortable with number one, no hard feelings on my part if folks want to delete it. And if we just want to say, no, we're going to get only stable revenue, I think with another municipality doing it, maybe this is something that we can demonstrate can work in Ontario, and maybe some other municipalities can pick it up, ones that aren't as well resourced as the City of Toronto with a broad tax base that can pay for all our needs around reconciliation without relying solely on a voluntary payment from its residents. So I propose that to you. Again, didn't come from me. It came from, can't even really recall who emailed it to me originally. So I'll thank anyone listening to this call.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. We've just asked the clerks to make that change so that it says AAAC rather than IAO. Do we have any additional questions or speakers to the item? Would we be able to put the motion back on, or the item back on screen when we have a chance, clerks?
Can I just make a comment? Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. I think we should delete the first part about voluntary. I don't know what other people think, but that's just my opinion. I don't want to give them any ideas.
Yeah, I agree that voluntary should come out and that it should be a part of their tax, that a percentage, whatever it is, that should be taken out for Indigenous reconciliation and not be left up to someone to interpret how and how much.
Perhaps for the sake of clarity, we just delete recommendation 1 and go with recommendation 2, and we get a presentation of a dedicated revenue stream to implement the RAP as we approach the 2023 budget.
Good, that's good.
That's good with everyone? I'm happy to support that.
Okay, so with all of those nods and the agreement that we will remove item 1 from this, we have a motion from Councillor Layton. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Anyone not in favor, raise your hand, but I do think I saw everyone. Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Take it over, Pam.
All right, next item is 18.7, Indigenous Naming Initiative and Award 14 update, deferred from May 18th. This is placed on the agenda by Councillor Mike Layton with a letter from Councillor Paula Fletcher about the Indigenous Naming Initiative in Ward 14 that was discussed at our meeting on March 8th, and this is an item for information only. Do we have the letter? Clerks?
Co-chair, I will display momentarily. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this is the letter, as mentioned earlier. Most of these things are posted for review in advance of the meeting, and it is for informational purposes only. So do we have a motion to receive this item? Angus, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? The motion carries.
That was short and sweet. The next item is item AA 18.8, 2 new downtown parks in the North St. Lawrence neighborhood. Alex Lavasidis, Senior Public Consultation Coordinator, Parks, Recreation, and Forestry, will give a presentation to the committee. When you're ready.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Perfect. Thanks everyone for having us here. Here to present about 2 new downtown parks in the North St. Lawrence neighborhood. Just to give you an idea of where the parks are located, the downtown east side, just southeast of the Moss Park neighborhood, is where the 2 new parks will be. One will be on Richmond Street East. You can see here in the photo on the right, just west of Ontario Street. The second park will be located on King Street, also just west of Ontario Street. And both of these new parks that we're very excited about, they're going to be delivered as part of a building development agreement. So there are condominiums going up on both sites as part of those agreements. The developer is required to give us parkland. To give you a sense of the size of these parks that are going in, The one on Richmond Street East is about 1,400 meters square. So if you're familiar with the neighborhood and Moss Park, the area that's just outside of the fenced off lawn at Queen and Jarvis, that's about 1,400 meters. You can see it here in purple. So that's the size of the park on Richmond Street East, also the size of a hockey rink. And the new park on King Street East is going to be about 470 meters square, which is about the size of a tennis court, equivalent to one of the courts in Moss Park right now. So what we do when we look at new parks projects, we look at who we're going to be consulting, how we're going to be designing the parks. We look at who lives and works and plays in the neighborhood. So the demographics of this area, we know that there's about 1.7% of the residential community are Indigenous, which is about double the average for the city of Toronto. And we also know that there are many Indigenous serving organizations in the nearby area. You can see here on the map, I've outlined some of them here with a list on the right-hand side. So what we want to do and what we're here to talk to you about today is how we're going to be consulting with Indigenous communities, urban Indigenous communities in the neighborhood. A little bit more context on the park before we jump into that. We do know that there are some limits here. They are both small urban parks, so we know that they can't fit some of the larger sports or other features. Moss Park will be undergoing improvements. That's a separate project, but that in the future could provide the opportunity for the inclusion of larger park features. We know things like a dog off-leash area will not be included because of the park size, and we're not sure that any real grass will be able to be included just because there will be a lot of heavy foot traffic on these small parks, and typically the grass can't survive that kind of foot traffic. So for our timeline here, from winter to this spring, we've been hiring a design team, which has included Indigenous design advisors. So we have an Indigenous design advisor for the new park on Richmond Street East. It's Ryan Gorey of Brooke McElroy Indigenous Design Studios. And the Indigenous design advisor for the new park on King Street East is Terrence Radford from Trophic Designs. Starting this summer, we actually just launched last week to the winter of 2022 is our community consultation, as well as our Indigenous consultation, and that's the development process for the design. So once we work with the community, including Indigenous communities, we'll figure out what the broad design of the parks will be. For spring 2023 to winter 2023, we do detailed design with the design team. In 2024, we hire the construction team, and then by 2025, we hope that the construction will be complete and the parks will be able to open. So some Indigenous consultation that we've completed so far. We are in consultation with treaty holders and Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. We're planning to have a meeting with them, a second meeting with them later this month. We did present to task in March, and we're told to come and visit again, which we'll be doing, and to contact organizations individually, which we just did this weekend with the start of our consultation process. We were told to bring Indigenous art and designers into the process, which is why we've hired an Indigenous design advisor for each of the parks. And we've been told to consider space for community events, so that's something we will be considering as we're thinking of the design. We have sent out outreach emails to local Indigenous serving organizations, which some of the folks in the room you might be a part of, so you may have received those emails just this weekend. And we've offered opportunities to provide feedback in whichever way each organization prefers, or all of the ways if they would like. So there's an online survey that folks can fill out. We can arrange for a phone call with the organization if they'd like to discuss things with our team. We are also offering to do a pop-up visit. So we will bring boards, we will bring information and the opportunity to provide feedback to these organizations so that their patrons, community members, and staff can also provide feedback and learn about the project. And then we're promoting broader community engagement opportunities as well. So we have a public online survey, and we also have a Black community advisory group. So I want to open it up to folks here in the room. Right now, if you've had any comments or suggestions for us, either on the consultation side of things or around the park designs, we're very open to that. Recognizing, of course, you don't have time. I put my contact information here. So if your organization would like to share input, if you'd like us to follow up with you, you can reach out to me directly. And we do have a project website as well. It's toronto.ca/North St. Lawrence Parks. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lavastidis. I always appreciate when we're left with contact information so that we can follow up after the fact. Patty, I see your hand swiping at your camera. I assume you'd like to say something?
Yeah. One comment and one question. So I know Terrence. Terrence is actually doing the landscaping for our new lodge on Kingston Road, and he's incredibly knowledgeable, really knowledgeable about Indigenous plants, and it's a great designer. The question is, when you said they're giving us, who's giving us this land, this plot of land? Like I just need to know what the parameters are. You said they're giving us this plot of land. Who are they giving it to? That's my question.
Yeah, so how it works, and I'm sorry, my colleagues, if I miscommunicate any of this, please jump in. But as part of development agreements, it's the developer's land. They're going to build the park for us based on the community consultation. And then that park gets transferred to the Parks Department. And then the Parks Department would be who takes care of the piece of land.
So they're giving it to the city. Is that it? Would
yes.
that be correct?
Again,
is that
correct? Yes, that's correct.
Oh,
thank you. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Do we have any further questions or comments for staff? Pam.
I think sort of leading Patty's comments, I guess it comes down to, again, as mentioned previously throughout this meeting, when does the city give the land to community? I think we're consulted on parks a lot, which seems redundant and almost superficial at this point, where we don't use it the same way others may use it. I think landscaping is great. It's a start. And those who sit in other meetings with me know that I've sort of touched on this in the past, that it's one thing to have some sort of visual placemaking elements and check consultation efforts. It's another thing to truthfully root the consultation or the efforts in reconciliation. And again, the plan has been fully endorsed, which means the efforts can't be surface-based anymore. So for every, X number of parks we're consulted on to indigenize, at what number do we get one of those parks for community use? And, it's really important that we do recognize these artists and designers and land keepers and protectors to infuse and direct how land should be acknowledged and protected through an Indigenous lens. But how is the city going to take this one step further? And how do we continue to push it further for it to be extremely meaningful and that gives back to community, that is beneficial, so that the folks that live in parks, that spend days in parks, that seek safety in parks, who meet in parks, feel like they are a part of this, and not just that some of us are a part of the design process. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Other members, do you have any questions of the staff on this item? I don't see any. Are there any speakers to this item? If you wish to speak, please raise your hand or unmute your mic to let me know. Hearing no further speakers, do I have a motion to receive this item? Oh, Suzanne Brunel. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And all those opposed, please raise your hand. Seeing none, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Pam.
Great,
Thanks
everyone. So this is our next and last item. And then after this item, we just have a few points of business, and then we will wrap up. So Congratulations and thank you, everyone. So our last item is the City of Toronto's commemoration of the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation 2022. Narina Negra, Senior Consultant, Talent Management, People and Equity, and Aretha Phillip, Chief of Protocol, Strategic Protocol, and External Relations from the City Clerk's Office, will give a presentation to the committee. Go ahead when you're ready, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having us today. I'm Narina Nagra, as Pamela has shared, and Aretha is also here with me. I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to walk you through the presentation that was also distributed. So today's purpose is really to let you know how the city commemorated the first National Day for Truth and Reconciliation last year in 2021, and specifically to get some feedback from all of you members of the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee on how the City of Toronto should commemorate the day. And for myself, I'll be letting you know how the city focused on internal education for all of the Toronto Public Service. And Aretha will be sharing the public recognition component that is led by Strategic Protocol. And so we're really wanting to ensure that what we are doing is appropriate and a meaningful form of recognition for not only our city staff, but also externally to the Indigenous community, as well as identifying any additional opportunities for public recognition. So last year, this slide is just going to recap how we commemorated the day last year. We did some consultations with Indigenous leaders and community members, as well as the city's Indigenous Affairs Office and city staff that were Indigenous identified. And we received overwhelming support that we should focus and provide educational opportunities to city staff. So through the program that I lead, the Toronto for All Learning program, we did work closely with IAO and a steering committee of Indigenous staff, as well as ensuring that we had Indigenous-led organizations that we work with to develop ways to share the voices, experiences of residential and day school survivors. The theme that we focused on was some guiding principles related to ensuring that everything that we curated and put on was Indigenous-led and focused on truth, reflection, humility, discomfort, and that the overall tone of the education was somber. What else? We worked with the city manager and the senior leadership team to also request that all staff commit to about 2 to 3 hours of their day to focus on this important education. And we, in the end, held 3 virtual events, and all of our events were virtual last year. We had a session in the morning that was led by Grandmother's Voice, and it was a discussion, and we had over almost 2,000 logins through our virtual event to lead the event. And then during the noon hour, we had partnered with the stories of Two-Spirit Indigenous LGBTQ+ Indian residential and day school survivors, which was a series of digital stories that were from lived experience of being part of this community and their experiences of residential and day schools. And many of the curated members of that shared were there for a Q&A afterwards. And we had almost 1,500 logins for that session. And then the third and final event that was available for all of the corporate city staff was a video screening of Healing the Scars of Colonialism, which was also a Grandmother's Voice film. And we had a Q&A and discussion at the end about specifically what is the role of settlers and Toronto public servants as settlers in understanding the truth and advancing reconciliation related to residential and day schools. So it was quite a successful day. We got quite a bit of very, I would say the feedback was that people were very welcomed that compete with other work priorities. But we also recognize that not all staff could partake in those events. So we also had some self-guided activities that were available and a list of learning resources that they could download and do as team events or individual self-reflections, along with some of the courses we have available. We have an online course, and we also have some Indigenous awareness training that's being led virtually currently. So we also heard that some divisions hosted their own events, but there was not a centrally coordinated way that we were able to do that last year. And so I'll share with you next what we're planning for this year. So this year we actually have specific direction through our reconciliation action plan under the number 2 education action. It specifically states that all city divisions with leadership from People in Equity will commemorate the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th annually by providing specific learning opportunities to the Toronto Public Service on the history and legacy of residential and day schools. So how we've started to roll this out, we recognize also that we needed to start early so that we could do things intentionally and ensure that everybody was aware that this important day was coming up, and how best to coordinate education across the organization in a coordinated fashion. So we've requested all divisions to lead or co-lead their own events or activities, and by identifying a divisional lead that we can, in People in Equity, liaise with, and that these events and learning opportunities can be held during the week of September 26th to 30th, and that we will be supporting them from People in Equity as long with the IAO. We're also planning some organizational wide events that'll be coordinated similarly by an Indigenous-led staff team. And we again want to continue a focus on remembrance and mourning, furthering the truth about residential schools and day schools, honoring survivors, also acknowledging, the founding of thousands of unmarked graves across these lands, and then also looking at how do we continue to dispel the myths that continue to come up in mainstream media and in other spaces. We also wanted to just let you know that we are hearing from staff. They're really beginning to want to crave advice on what are some reconciliation actions or actions that they can start to take to advance reconciliation. So that's something that we wanted to put out to you all to see, again, how should we focus our education this year, and any other key considerations we should include. But we have some questions at the end that we'll get to at the end. So I'm going to pass it over now to Aretha to talk about the public recognition.
Thanks, Narina, and thanks so much for the opportunity to come to the committee today to get your feedback around how we look at public facing, how we're going to recognize as a city National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. We have been working with the IAO and members of the community over the years, but we recognize always that there's more work that we can be doing, and we want to make sure that when we do approach this sort of public facing that we are getting it right. I think a lot of the values and the ideas that Narina shared about the internal facing program, I think also hold true for the public facing program, but we definitely want to get to the feedback to find out, are we on the right path here? As Narina mentioned, in terms of the Reconciliation Action Plan, we're also, as part of that, in terms of our commitment and making sure that we expand the inclusion of Indigenous ceremonies, practices, and protocols in our official ceremonies and events, and as well making sure that we work with the community to expand those current practices and making sure that we are recognizing and honoring those days of significance for Indigenous peoples moving forward. So we're there, but there's always more work to be done. And we just, again, as I said, wanting to make sure that we are doing it correctly. So last year, just a bit about what we did last year. Last year, the mayor issued a proclamation, and he also did a video statement. And basically, these two things were basically asking the public, obviously, to reflect and recognize the importance of this day and what we as a Toronto community can do for our reflection. We also did a presentation in council by the mayor. We let the Toronto sign orange to show our solidarity and support, as well as we half-masted our flags at Toronto City Hall, civic centres, and other city properties in recognition of the mass graves that have been uncovered and the people who have passed. We also conducted a significant communications campaigns with the city's website, again, sort of looking at 3 themes of educate yourself, give, and participate. We felt it was really important. The public was very interested in this last year, and I think they continue to be, as Narina had mentioned, staff's interest, is that people wanted to know what they could do on this day of reflection. So we really focused on those three areas. We also devoted all our city social media channels to messaging around that day. So no other communications or other issues were put out. And we also encouraged support and donations to the IRSS, Restoration of Identity Project and Spirit Garden. And as well, we also promoted community-led activities and resources. Next slide, please, Serena.
I just want to flag that you guys are over your 5 minutes. I know this topic's very important, but just want to make it time.
So what we're looking at doing this year, again, the mayor will issue a proclamation. We are looking to light the Toronto sign. We will half-mast our flags at Toronto City Hall, civic centers, and other city properties. One of the things that we're also wondering is about raising a flag at Toronto City Hall. We have seen that some municipalities and organizations are raising the Every Child Matters flag, or another example of is a survivor's flag. Wanting to know if that's appropriate. We're also looking at developing an education program through Toronto Museums and Toronto Archives, and as well, again, conducting significant communications around education around the day through social media and our website. And again, promoting the IRSS is doing an event, a 2-day event, and we would use our channels to promote that and encourage people to attend. So I'll cut it short and sort of leave it that for the next slide. Thank you very much.
Yes, and thanks for letting us go over our time, but this is the last slide where we just have our questions. So we've sort of grouped them based on the internal education versus the public recognition. So I'll just read them out. So for internal education, we're interested to hear, do you have any feedback on the theme for internal education for our city staff? Are there any considerations that the city should adhere to so we do not inundate requests of survivors to speak or present? And is there anything for us to avoid this year in our educational planning? And for public recognition, what public activities do you think the City of Toronto should lead? And which flag, the Every Child Matters or Survivors flag, should we fly on that day? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you both for your presentation. Does anyone want to answer any of these questions and or have their own questions for the presenters? Cynthia?
I have a question of, not question, maybe more so comment. We seem to stop just at residential schools. We tend to forget that we still live in an oppressive system where we have reservations. Reservations was a way of getting us out of sight, out of mind. And so a lot of our youth or families that want to relocate from reservations, it's hard for them because the lifestyle is completely different. And I think we should start educating ourselves beyond residential school too. Like in the 1960s, if my mom was caught off the reserve, she would either go to jail, she would either be taken back to the reserve, or she'd be taken in the bush and killed. So there are people who didn't go to residential school that still were in an oppressive system. And so I wanted to put that out too, as far as educating and also going back more on what the wampum belt means and the treaty agreements mean. And I like the idea that you have some possible resources for our own people, community-led initiatives, because a lot of our youth don't know this information. So it's good that you're all getting the education you need. We also need to educate our own peoples and our younger generations also. So what does that look like as far as funding for that day for us to have, a place where our youth could learn this history? And also, is there a thought of, putting together a culmination of history for our own schools within the TDSB that, tells the true history so that our younger generations can, understand? Because I'm sure a lot of people ask those questions about what does this mean? And some of the youth are like, I don't know, because we're missing that. We're educating all our allies, but we're not even educating our own peoples, our younger generations. So just wanted to put that out there too. Miigwech.
Thank you, Cynthia. Patty?
So I posted on Thunder Women Healing Lodge Facebook page this video I recently viewed. It's called Awakenings. We Were Always Here, and it's about the history of Toronto from an Indigenous perspective. It tells the truth about the history of Toronto, and I think it's something that every settler, even as Cynthia said, even some of our own youth in that should view, because it's very powerful. And basically it's saying, what are we really saying when we do a land acknowledgement? And it was really powerful because I feel like now, like I've always said the word reconciliation, it's getting kind of bantered back and forth. But I often wonder when people do a land acknowledgement, when somebody, you know, from the city does a land acknowledgement or anybody else, what are they really acknowledging? What do they really know? You know, do they understand that they're standing on the backs and the bones of our ancestors? Do they get that concept? You know, from the beginning of time, when you think about that. So when people do a land acknowledgement, what, other than saying those words, which, you know, somebody can memorize, I would like to know that when they give that land acknowledgement, it's coming from a place of knowledge and from their heart. So I would suggest that the city, that maybe they view this this video Awakenings, and use it in one of their with city staff, so that city staff understand really what's the history of Toronto in particular. I think the city's doing an amazing job, and I'm just terrified for the day when people like Mayor Tory and Councillor Layton aren't there anymore. I don't know if we'll ever get replaced by two better people than that, but and I guess I just want to express my appreciation. But I would recommend this to the city, Awakenings. We were always here.
Thanks, Patty. Angus?
Yes, thank you. So I don't know whether this is for something that can be followed up this year or subsequent year, and I'm not sure if I recall whether the two
Angus,
will
sorry.
have a continuing role. Can you hear me?
Sorry. Yeah, you might want to turn off your camera while you speak because you're a bit choppy.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm not sure if the two of you will have a continuing role in subsequent years, but I really do think it would be useful for as many people as possible to learn as much as they can in a positive way about the treaties, and about the way treaties have not always been respected, because that, like, to me, that's the foundation of that to me is central to the land acknowledgement. But it mustn't be the case that the land acknowledgement becomes something that's repeated by rote. People need to understand that treaties were entered into on a nation-to-nation basis. There was a continuing commitment, a continuing obligation to respect those treaties, and that continuing obligation and that need for continuing respect hasn't been adhered to over the years. It simply hasn't been. And so anything that could be done to understand, to help people understand the significance of the treaties as it relates to the land acknowledgement, I think that'd be a really, really positive thing. Maybe not this year, but at some point in terms of education. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. That helped your audio a great deal. Francis?
Yeah, thanks very much. This looks like you're listening to what we're saying a lot of times. Thank you. In your plans for internal education in 2022, you start off that page by saying provides direction that all divisions will commemorate the day by providing specific learning opportunities to city staff. Who is doing the teaching that day? Are you using internal staff who are Indigenous to do the teaching? Because if you're not, it just becomes another example of non-Indigenous people teaching Indigenous subject. So I know you have a large Indigenous organization, staff members at City Hall. are you using those people to lead these discussions, to lead this learning experience, so that it's truly something that they're hearing from Indigenous people? And when the mayor is doing his presentation in council, are there any other Indigenous people? Is there a drum to open that session up so that it's memorable, that there's Indigenous people taking part, that there's perhaps even an elder there to do an opening dedication of the day that has some meaning to it, rather than having a bureaucrat stand there and say, you know, y'all should be very aware that this is an important day, even though I know Mayor Tory will expound on it and really give a good explanation. I think it has a lot of meaning coming from a ceremony. Thank you.
Thanks, Francis. Do either of you want to comment?
Yeah, I can definitely answer Francis' first question. So yes, we do have an organizing committee of Indigenous staff that is going to lead the planning for how we commemorate National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, which is what we had last year. And this year, how we've expanded on what we did last year is also to have a divisional table, the divisional leads table. So we also have representation from all divisions, so that we can share guiding principles and values and best practices related to how to curate and organize these various learning opportunities. So part of what we were hoping to get some feedback on was just if we're in the right direction in terms of ensuring that we're focusing on, again, making sure everything is Indigenous led, that we're not, that there's still a focus on truth and somberness, but with a little bit of discussion about what reconciliation can look like, and any other kind of guidance that other members have related to how we focus on ensuring that we're aligned with where the City of Toronto needs to go in terms of our commitments in the Reconciliation Action Plan.
I just want you to remember that it's for Indigenous and by Indigenous. So the education is for your people to learn about Indigenous, and it should be given by Indigenous people.
Yes, and we'll include that. Thank you so much.
Any other questions or speakers to this item? Okay, seeing none. Do I have a motion to receive the item? Larry, all in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries.
Miigwech, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So for the final bit that we wanted to talk about here, this is feedback and next steps to inform the AAAC governance. So as this is our last meeting for this council term, we've had many discussions about the governance structure of this committee, as well as the meeting procedures, the approaches to appointing members, etc., during several meetings of this term. As mentioned in the last meeting, staff from the city manager's office will be circulating a survey to gather feedback from all of the public members who participated on council advisory committees this term, including the Aboriginal Affairs Advisory Committee, on their experience and their recommendations for the committees for the next council term. In addition, the city manager's office and city clerk's office have confirmed that with the conclusion of the last council cycle in July, there will be an opportunity to organize a facilitated workshop style discussion with current and past members of the AAAC so that a full and open discussion can be held to gather member views for the future governance structure of this committee. Pam and I will work with them to organize these sessions. Both city staff and Pam and I, as co-chairs, welcome your input to help design this session, which is envisioned to allow for both in-person and virtual participation. Do you want to take over there, Pam?
Yeah, I'll just also add that we will also still go with the survey feedback process as a secondary option for those who aren't interested in sort of a circle style gathering to give your feedback and or because your schedules are too busy. But we've heard loud and clear that there needs to be a conversation, that feedback needs to be taken in. And so this hopefully will provide a couple pathways to get all of your feedback and points across in a good way for then implementation. I'll also just quickly take a moment before we go to our last motion to thank each of you for your time, your commitment, for showing up, for being patient with myself and Brian as co-chairs. And thank you so much for an eventful and exciting round of meetings. It's been a pleasure, stressful, but very good along the way. So I'm very grateful to each and every one of you. To those who have offered up their wisdom and grace for our openings and closings, you are acknowledged. We are thankful for you for sharing your time and opening your hearts and starting us off and closing us off in a good way. And for those around the table, tobacco has been offered to them sort of as a thank you and acknowledgement for all of the meetings that have been open and closed in that manner. So the last item is a motion to excuse absent members with regrets. So would someone, we need to bring up the motion, clerks. Thank you so much. And then would someone like to move a motion to excuse the absences of other members who sent regrets for today's meetings, which is Tracy, Ruth, Chris, Jeffrey, and Isaac. Motion,
I think Francis moved it.
Thank you so much. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. And now we will have our closing with Larry Frost. Thank you again. Can't hear you, Larry.
This is the host to the members. It looks like Larry was unmuted, but we couldn't hear him, which is odd. Larry, if you could, looks like you're plugging in a headset.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I just think I was very honored that we had a beautiful last unified meeting. And my prayer today is for unity. So I'm going to go before my mic goes. Honoring our unity. Creator, as we gather together, we recognize our differences in beliefs and values. We honor our unity here. Thank you for giving us the ability to love.
Hi, Larry. I apologize for interrupting you. I believe we're all having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Could you hold that mic a little closer to your mouth? I don't think that's the problem, but if we could. No, then that was not the problem. I'm sorry, Larry. If you could unplug your headset.
Can you hear me now?
It's not very clear. Can you say a few more words just to see? It's not very clear.
It's not very clear. Hello?
We can hear you a little better, but I'll leave it to the members to decide if this is acceptable.
Pam, if you can't hear me, perhaps you could have Steve close off, or can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Larry.
We can. Don't move.
Okay, Creator, as we gather together, we recognize our differences in beliefs and values. We honor our unity here today with gratitude. Thank you for giving us the ability to love and to be loved, for helping us to recognize the little moments of beauty and the vastness of your creation, and for working in the lives of the leaders around us today. Thank you for your inspiration and making a positive impact on the people and the world around us. Let us be unified in our encounters to be for and with the marginalized, the poor, and the oppressed, as that is what the Creator wishes us to work towards. Thank you, Creator, for opening our hearts to this mission, and we ask you to help us all to be open to your guidance while we are on our individual journeys of coming together as a unified team. So, Creator, thank you for helping my mic, and thank you to everyone. Have a safe journey and a good, healthy summer. Miigwech, thank you. Again, thank you, Creator.
Thanks, Larry.
Congrats, Larry. That's our business, folks. Congratulations. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Bye, everyone. It's been a
Bye,
pleasure.
everyone. Take care.
See everybody. Bumapi.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Good luck, everyone. Thank you so much.
May the Creator bless you. Bye.
And the meeting is adjourned.